But the mind moves faster. This is not luck, this is discipline. Mind pillar. Take me higher tonight. Do it all, we're chasing the light. Crypto dreams and neon skies. We rise again, we never die.
Alright legends, hope you all had a fantastic weekend. Need to start off with the disclaimer. Remember, I am not a financial advisor. I share with you how I trade and approach the markets from an entertainment and educational perspective. I encourage you to do your own research. Let's get the party on the road. Switch myself on. Remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. Let's do a little bit of analysis here on the price of Bitcoin. I have shared some updates inside of the community. After I did my live stream on Friday, I did a little bit of a recount of the structure there to the bottom. Okay, because I want to play that one. I love to play that what if scenarios with myself. Remember what I discussed last week in the live streams, because there was a couple of long live streams last week, is to say that I was struggling to count something to come to an end over here. Okay, that being a 5-wave structure to the downside. But there is an alternative count where this can be an A, a B, and a C. And you might be asking me, well, how on earth can that be a C wave? It's very overlappy. That's what I want to discuss today. Okay, here on the daily time frame, Bitcoin is breaking trend. And remember what I said last week in the live stream? I want to see confirmation. Okay, I want to see confirmation. And now there are daily candles above the trend on the regular scale. There are daily candles above the trend, which is usually a bullish sign. Because remember, on Friday, I think is when I did the live stream, I said, that is not enough for me. That's not enough. I want the candle to close above. I want confirmation. And now there are daily candle closes above. Okay, but there is something a little bit disturbing about that daily candle, which I will tackle during this live stream. We will discuss the probabilities, the scenarios. Is there still steam for the bulls to push the price higher, or is there a valid short opportunity? I mean, the best shorting opportunity is a level that we've been waiting for the whole week. Okay, and I'm sure a lot of you have been paying attention. I missed it. But I am in a short from over here, okay? Guys, I really don't mind if I miss a trade, because I know there's always another way to get back into the trade. This little rejection from the weekly level happened at 12 o'clock, okay, while I was sleeping. And then there was a nice little back test, and I see a lot of the community members did get into that short. Remember, guys, I can only share with you how I trade, but if I took that short, it would be a profitable trade already. And if price does want to push up from over here, okay, it will be it would have been a profitable trade for me because of my style of trading and how I manage my risk, protect my position, pay my fees, make sure that it's in profits, because there was a nice little rejection here to the downside. Okay. Just want to check that the music is a little bit softer here in the background. Now we need to analyze what is going on here. So the one thing I want to point out here on the daily time frame, and I have spoken about probabilities, okay, from what I like and what I don't like to see. I don't like to see a high time frame candle at the moment with the highest amount of volume, okay, volume is falling down. So that with a week left to the upside, usually, because the last time I discussed this, it played out exactly the way that I'm discussing it now, okay? Usually, on the higher time frame, when a high volume candle closes with a wick above the trend, but the body closes below the trend, it usually, most often, most of the times, not always, okay, even with a push up, it's a fake out and it comes back. Where I will be paying attention to maybe this weekly order. Oh, actually, by the way, let me put that in. Let me put that daily, okay? Let me put that in. There's a daily order block. By the way, if you guys have not spotted that, I am spotting it right now. Yeah, well, first, let me check if I do have it there. Maybe I do have it there. Oh, no, I am prepared. There is a daily order block right over there by the weekly level. Okay, if you'll see, if I go here onto the weekly time frame, there's a fresh weekly level that is printed over here. So if price, okay, and we're going to discuss on the smaller time frames what could potentially play out over here. That was the rejection, okay. Price falls down here. Well, this for me is a great longing opportunity. Whether it's a scalp, whether it's a day trade, or whether it turns into a swing trade for higher levels, okay, you have a daily order block, you have a weekly level, so it is technically a great area of support. Now, I like to look for longs at support, not where price is now. This is not a longing zone for me at the moment, unless you're building a bigger position to the upside. Okay, so remember, guys, I've discussed a couple of ways in which this can be traded. It depends on your analysis, your risk appetite, okay. If price is going to fall down, stop goes above the high, you're targeting the low of the structures. Okay, that's the short. Price is breaking the trend, you're feeling bullish based on your analysis, there's a higher probability for price to break to the upside. Well, then this is your long trigger. You build a position, you're targeting most probably higher levels here on the daily time frame. Okay, that's your first area on the daily time frame, your first area of resistance. Okay, technically, according to the rules of the strategy, the stop loss has to go below the low. Okay, but if you want to have a little bit of a tighter stop loss, you can put it below the swing lows over here. Okay, and then the risk to reward still makes sense. Well, let me just take that short here out the way. So which way is it going to be? We don't know. Okay, because my style of trading for me is powerful from a risk management perspective, that I actually don't care. I have my specific levels that I'm looking for longs, and I have my specific levels that I'm looking for shorts. And using my swing failure mentality, okay, or strategy, sorry, not my mentality, my strategy, I can execute trades, be wrong, and get stopped out with profits, and then just leave runners, because I am in a long from down here. So not really too bothered about this long, because I am long from over here. Not really bothered about the short, because I'm already short from here. Okay, so whichever one gets stopped out, I will then look for a new entry to catch that short or that long. Okay, I am still, just a little bit of a recap, I'm still in the schlong on my Bluffett account. I'm short from the tops and I'm long from the bottom of this structure. Okay, so I'm waiting for that high probability trade where one of these two positions gets stopped out, and I'm looking for a nice little fresh, either a short or a long. Okay, and obviously I will update the community, okay, because I do share what I do from a trading perspective inside of the community, because I can't always be live on YouTube. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. So because it's Monday, let's do a little bit of higher time frame analysis. Let's stick here just for a second. Well, not for a second. Let's stick here for a couple of minutes on the daily time frame and just talk about the potential scenarios that could play out over here. And then we'll drill down into the lower time frames to see where are those day trading opportunities. Okay, because although I am in this trade, in a long and a short on my Bluffin account, remember guys, I trade on all of these exchanges, Bluffin, 2bit. By the way, if they have a upcoming trading competition, and I'm going to trade in that competition. If you want to be part of that competition, you need to go and register. If you are trading on 2bit, if you're not, you can go sign up, where you get the best deals that this exchange has to offer. This is the pro version of 2bit. Okay, it's better than the normal version when you go and Google it. And you can go and register for the competition. But I trade on Bluffin, 2bit, Kraken, Weeks. And those are basically the exchanges that I like to day trade. So this account that I'm sharing here is obviously just my Bluffin account. I have money in 2bit. Okay, I have money in Kraken, I have money in Weeks, and those are the exchanges that I trade with. So I can open up fresh day trades on my 2bit account, for example. I am still in my long on my 2bit account. I am still in the long that I took on Friday inside of my private community live stream. And I have spoken about it during the YouTube live stream on Friday as well, how we got in, the education behind it. So if you are still holding some of that position, I think it's worth holding some of it, because price could, you know, most bullish case scenarios nested 1-2s here to the upside, because this is something that I highlighted this morning in the community as well. And I'll get to the smaller time frames. Okay, I said when you look at this structure that is formed here to the upside, okay, without going into Elliott wave, okay, the structure has formed a low and a high, higher low, higher highs, okay, higher lows. Locally, the trend is up. So there's a chance for a pop here to the upside. It doesn't matter how I count it from an Elliott wave perspective. There is the chance, because the bulls are still in control of this structure. The structure has not been broken. And there's a couple of ways in which you can get into shorts in this local structure. It was either the SFP from the weekly level, where I saw community members jumped in because I hammered on that level for about a week. We're waiting for the level. It just gets front run every single time, and then eventually it taps it, and it got a nice rejection to the downside. Protect position, take profits. Okay, you know the drill. That's how I like to trade. Okay, and if I get stopped out, well, where's the other areas of short that I'm looking for that I'm going to discuss in this live stream? And if structure breaks, this for me is the most important trend that I'm currently keeping an eye on. Okay, I acknowledge that the daily time frame trend has been broken and candles are closing above. But remember, market structure comes above everything else. I don't care whether there's a trend. I don't care whether there's an Elliott wave scenario, moving average, a 200-day. I don't give a crap. Market structure takes priority. And for the moment, market structure locally is intact. Here on the 1 hour, 4 hour time frame. Okay, so the most important trend that I'm keeping an eye on is that one. Okay, because these are the higher lows. Here's your higher lows. If price falls down and breaks structure, especially if price takes that low, okay, there's a chance for a deeper correction to the downside, maybe to the next area of decent support that I've just highlighted. Okay, it can definitely bounce. Maybe that's a scalp and it forms a 3-wave structure down. Maybe you have your impulse here to the upside in a 5-wave structure. It forms a 3-wave corrective structure. That becomes the longing opportunity, retest of the trend, and then price rock and rolls back to the upside. So very interesting longing opportunity if price does come back down. Okay. But also there's the potential for price to take the low. Always, and that's just about trade management. For me, leaving a runner. If I do take a short, leave a runner, because you never know if price is going to smack the lows again. Okay, before I continue, let me quickly say hi to the community. This for me is the most important trend, and as long as price is respecting this upwards momentum, the bulls are in control. Okay, there's just no other way to say it. Higher highs, higher lows, and this could be nested 1-2s, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and it pops to the upside, 3-4, 5-4, 5 to the upside. Basically an insane bullish structure that's building up momentum at the moment. Okay, and this is why I'm still holding on to this long. Because if price does pop to the upside, I want to take advantage of that move. And, right. Let me quickly say hi to the community, and then we can go through a couple of scenarios, look at different areas of support, resistance. Mr. Wayne, welcome. Devil, looking forward to a good week. Yes, and also remember, guys, we have some high impact news this week. Okay, we can go and check that out on the calendar in the moment. King Kai, good day, legends. Hello, sir. Devil, good day, good day. And still think we will see 61k, and this is the B top. Yes, I still have that scenario, and that scenario has not been invalidated, where this whole structure is a corrective structure. Basically, this structure is a corrective structure to the upside, and it goes down and takes the lows again. Price bounces and then breaks to the upside. Okay, there's definitely that's still that probability, and that's what I'm saying, guys. If I took that short, okay, I would definitely be holding some of that position, whether it's 5%, 10%. I can't tell you how you need to trade. I can just share with you how I would have traded if I did jump into that short. Okay, I would have definitely held some of that position. If price pushes up, stops me out of the trade, at least I took profits. So it's a profitable trade and I don't get stopped out with nothing. Well, where's the next level where I will consider a short? Okay. Right, let's just continue with the comments. Daar vat hy, Uncle Devil, good afternoon everyone. Uncle Cyril, welcome to the live stream. Legends, James, Freedom, XRP, good day, legends. Morning peeps, hey Devil, you got the best music really well. Absolutely, thank you so much, I appreciate it. I will also give my brother that feedback because my brother makes my music. He's a music producer. I'm in a long waiting for the SFP. Nice. I'm not sure because I know that a lot of the legends took the trade. Okay, a lot of because I share what I do inside of the community. Okay, and when I enter a trade, there was a daily level. This is where I took the trade. Okay, there was a daily level here. Maybe a little bit further down, there was a daily level right over there. I missed the SFP from the daily, but I took the SFP from the low. Okay, got in. And then this one was shared Monday inside of the community. This one, this trade, that one. So although I took this trade on Saturday, and I usually don't trade on weekends, it was just a beautiful reaction. I had to jump in. I couldn't update the community because I wasn't in front of my computer. But then the market was so lovely to give us a second opportunity to get into this trade. So although I took it there was another opportunity, and this I shared inside of the community, that one. Stop goes below the low. It got really scary. Price almost took the lows. Okay. And then, well, now price is what it is, where it is. So I'm not sure if some of you, because this is how I like to manage trades, I hold runners. So that I don't have FOMO of, oh crap, now should I long, should I short? It's above, all those questions that goes through your mind from a technical perspective. Like the stop loss is now so far away if you want to attempt longs in this zone. Okay, so I leave runners. Love to leave runners so that I don't have to struggle to get into new trades. Okay. Right. I see there is some insane bearish CVD building up here. I just want to do a quick refresh. Massive bearish CVD building up here at the moment against this pivot. Okay, 3 out of 5 confirmations, which means higher probability for price to form a higher low and continue down, or if it does sweep that high, to reject. And I will go through that scenario, which I already shared this morning inside of the community. I didn't do a lot of updates this morning in the community yet, because I knew if you missed the rejection from that weekly level, it's really difficult to get into a short now. Okay. But if price does take that high, there's an interesting scenario that still supports a rejection. Okay. And I will share that today in this live stream. Okay. I do have my alarm set there at the weekly level. So if price grabs that level again and rejects, I might do a little trade myself here on the live stream. Okay. There's bearish divergence building up, which tells me that retail is longing at the moment. Okay, and this is why I love CVD. It tells me what market makers are doing and what retail is doing. Now, I much prefer to trade with market makers because they move the market. Okay, retail is stupid, right? And one could argue, well, we all retail. Well, I'm a retail trader that just likes to trade with the market makers. Okay. And there is bearish CVD building up, which tells me that retail is on control of this, well, wants to control the price of Bitcoin over here, and the market makers are not done yet with the low over here. Okay, there was a lot of that happen on Friday. I did post a lot of updates in the community on Friday. Remember, if you want to be part of the community and not miss out on any of the action, you can just send me, I'm just keeping it simple, guys. Send me the word access to my Telegram, only the word access, and I will send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Okay. I'm not going to go through all the spiel, how it works. You will get the instructions once you send me the word access to my Telegram, and I will explain it to you in a lot of detail, how you can get access to the community. There's a subscription model, okay, $79 per month, or you can sign up with one of my exchange partners, deposit $500 into your account, which is your money to trade with, and it will unlock access for you. Okay, but the details will be shared once you send me the word access to my Telegram. Because there's a lot that I share. It's sometimes, guys, what happens is, like on Friday, I do a live stream. I look at the structure. Remember, we discussed this structure in a lot of detail. Is there a high chance for this to be the low? Then I went out for dinner. I had a draft. Okay, I was relaxing. And then I was brainstorming this scenario in my mind. And then when I got back home, I shared more updates with the community. And I said, guys, I think there is a chance for this low to be in. Always, okay? The market is here to surprise us. So if this is the low, what is this? What am I looking for? Where's the longing opportunities? Okay. Because the market, and that's what I posted inside of the community as well, is to say, guys, listen, it would be silly not to consider bullish case scenarios, regardless of how you count the structure to the downside, whether there's a higher probability to take the high before the low, before the high. Okay, it would be silly, because what if price does that and it just shoots to $75,000 from here? Okay, it would be silly not to consider longing opportunities. Right, guys, let's get back here onto the daily time frame. Let's discuss the structure that is formed here to the downside already. Just going to do a little bit of higher time frame analysis, and then we can zoom in to the smaller time frames. Remember to smash up that like button if you guys do enjoy the education, the analysis, okay? Because my trades are all based on pure technical analysis. I'm not a fundamental trader. I don't trade the news. I don't trade fundamentals. And usually I am in a trade before the news comes out. And this is why I love technicals, okay? Because technically there's a level that I'm interested in longing. Price gets there, I take the long. A day later or an hour later, the news comes out, whether it pumped or dumped. And then I'm like, well, I'm already in the trade. Okay, and then retail FOMOs into the trade because of the news, and I take profits. So that's the beauty about technical analysis for me, is that for me, what I have seen, technicals supersedes fundamentals by far. And this is just my trading experience, because most often I'm already in the trade before the news comes out. Because technically I've already identified a level for a rejection, for a short, or support for a nice little long. Okay, so now let's discuss this little move here to the downside. Damn, we can even go into the weekly time frame just to keep it simple. Okay, for me, the question is always, okay, and this is a question that a lot of people are asking, is the low in? Bull market, bear market. Is that the low, and price is going to continue here to the upside to continue the bull market, so to speak? Okay, now this is where I have to consider Elliott wave theory, because Elliott wave theory will give me probabilities in terms of, well, what is the probability of this being the low? So just quickly I think the 3-day chart might actually be a better chart for me to look at. Let's do that. I just want to see a little bit more price action. Okay, there we go. That's better. So the only way in which I can count this as the low is to say that, well, okay, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure in a wave A. Great. We have an impulse to the downside. We have a 3-wave corrective structure to the upside. Okay, I can label that a wave B. But now I need a C to the downside, and I can count a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave C. Okay, so there's a chance for the low to be in. The minimum requirement for the wave C is to take the low of A, which it did. It did fulfill the minimum requirement, but this is now where I have to bring probabilities into the scenario. Is to say that, well, it doesn't look great. Okay, let me just do this a little bit more professionally, guys. Okay, the freestyling. You have a A, you have a B, and you have a C. Okay, let's make it nice and big so everyone can see. And we make that the primary scenario. Okay, so the minimum requirement for wave C, remember, a B and an X is always a connector wave. Okay, it's always a connector wave. So the problem that I have is this structure fulfills minimum requirements, but it doesn't look great. And Elliott wave theory, when you do the theory behind Elliott wave theory, they also teach you that there needs to be a relationship between structures. So the relationship between wave A and wave C is off. Okay, you have this monstrosity of a wave A. That is your connector wave, which is fine. The connector wave looks beautiful. But then you would expect, okay, let me put it into perspective. Let me do a bars pattern for this wave A. You want to see a relationship. You want to see that. Something similar. You have an A, a connector wave, and a C, and you want to see almost a 1 to one relationship. You want these two structures, okay, to look similar in time and in percentage to the drop, to the downside. Okay, so that looks way better structurally from a look and feel perspective, from a timing perspective, from a price movement perspective, than for the wave C to come to an end over here. So you can see tiny C, big A wave. Can that be the low? It did fulfill the minimum requirements, but it's an ugly structure. Okay, so based on probabilities, there's a higher chance for price to take the low than for this to be the low and for price to continue a bull market to the upside, because the relationship is off. Is it valid? Yes. Is it ugly? Yes. Is it a high probability for the low to be in? No. Okay. But remember, the market is here to surprise us. But what I will be looking for is price. I always say, guys, price action needs to prove itself. So if this is indeed the low, and this is just one count, there's another one, okay, WXY, which I have spoken about many times. You have a three-wave structure in a W. That is your little X and a connector wave, and this is your Y. But then you sit with the same problem. Can you guys see? You sit with the same problem. You have this. Where's that bars pattern? You have this X or W, okay, and you have this Y. Can you see just from a look and feel perspective? Okay, you have that as a W, and you have this as a Y. The relationship again is off. Does it fulfill the minimum requirements? Yes, but what I mean by minimum requirements, you are trying to force something that doesn't really look great. So for this to be the low, I have to force something to be valid. Okay. So either ABC, WXY, and I suppose there's many more counts, but I'm just going to stick to these ones for now. Okay, where basically price has formed an A, B, C to complete the Y wave. Right. But it's actually very simple. Okay, it actually is very simple. This structure needs to prove itself. I want to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure to the upside. And then the correction is, for me, the opportunity to join the next leg to the upside, because the wave 1 inside of Elliott wave theory, the first move to the upside is usually the smallest move. Usually. It is the third wave you want to be in, but then you wait for confirmation. You need to see 5 waves to the upside. Guys, I'm already positioned in the long from down here. So if it wants to push up in a 5-wave structure, great. Okay, but it's that structure that's going to be very interesting to analyze. Is it a corrective structure to the downside? Is it an impulsive structure to the downside? Because that is where the opportunity lies. I really do not care if I miss that move, but I need to wait for confirmation. Once I see 5 waves up, 3 waves down, opportunity, then I'm going to say, okay, maybe the low is in. But the structure needs to show me that the low is in, and for the moment, there's not enough price action. Okay, so I can argue, and you can argue, and people can write comments whether the low is in, whether the low is not in, based on probabilities, blah-de-blah. We can go around in circles and run around this mountain for as long as we want. And at the end of the day, it's the structure that needs to show us that it wants to be bullish. Is price going to reverse from this point, just like it did in the previous bull cycle, okay, or this bull cycle over here? When the low was created here, the structure proved itself that it wants to reverse. When this low was created, guess what? A 3-wave structure to the upside. It needed to form a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That did not happen. 3-wave structure. Impulse down, 3-wave up. Impulse down, 3-wave up. Impulse down, 3-wave up. Impulse down. Okay, and it claimed the low again. But then when this low was created, you would have most probably, from an institution investor perspective, because that's how they like to trade, you would have missed this entire move. But now you have confirmation. Because there's no more 3 waves up. There's now a 5-wave structure up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's what I love to see. A proven corrective structure, bullish CVD. Okay, you could have even had the trend to play the breakout, whatever the case might be. But now, okay, can you see now that you've missed the first move and you have confirmation of a 5-wave move to the upside, you now join the next leg, which is way better, way bigger. Okay, but now you have confirmation. The leg pushes up. Maybe you miss this leg again. Oh, damn, man, I'm missing the leg again. But the key is, since the high was formed over here, that was a corrective structure. And this is why it's so important to analyze the structure that follows after the impulse. Because now I'm doing it in reverse. Okay, price pushes up and then I see a 3-wave structure to the downside. By the way, I remember this was a very complex corrective structure, but I also remember during this entire structure during my YouTube live streams, I kept on saying, as price was chopping here for months and months and months and months, and everyone was leaving the market, the bull market is over. Okay, you know how the story goes. People get over emotional. I kept on singing the same song. There's a higher probability to take the high because this is a mess to the downside. This looks impulsive. This looks corrective. The high is going to be claimed again, and it did it again. I sang the same song during that corrective structure. It claimed the high again. And now what's happening here to the downside in reverse is prices pushing down, 3 waves up, prices pushing down, 3 waves up, prices pushing down, 3 waves up, prices pushing down, and now the structure has not proven itself for a reversal. And until the structure has proven itself, there's a higher chance to take the low again. It's as simple as that. Okay, and unfortunately, it's not enough price action for me to make a high probable argument to say that the low is in. There's not enough price action for me technically to make that decision. Yes, I can day trade the local structures like I've been doing. Okay, right, legends, that is a little bit of higher time frame analysis. And I just wanted to take stock of where the market is here from a Bitcoin perspective. And remember, obviously the altcoins follow the Bitcoin trajectory as well. So for me, it's always important to make sure that I know what Bitcoin's next move is, which will give me an idea what the altcoins is going to do next. Should I be buying? Should I be holding on? Okay, Ethereum looks very interesting, I must say. I'll do some analysis on Ethereum as well. And okay, let me go through some comments. October 6th is the day. Are you saying October 6th is the day where the low will be in and the bull market will continue? Okay. Where's the likes, legends? Blessed to have found this channel when I started my trading journey. Thank you so much, man. And remember, guys, you know, yeah, on the higher time frame, you can speculate until you blue in the face. You can really speculate until you blue in the face. Some people are going to be right. Some people are going to be wrong. My question is always, did you make money? If you were wrong, how little did you lose? If you were right, did you put your money where your mouth is? Because I think a lot of people fall into the trap of trying to be right or trying to be wrong. I called the top. I called the bottom. There's going to be people that's most probably saying on their channels, that's the low. But there's no structure to confirm it yet. And then once the structure does confirm that that is the low, they're going to say, I was right. I told you. Okay. I call them lucky. Once I see a 5-wave structure to the upside, I'm also going to say technically there's a higher probability for the low to be in, so it's interesting to look for longs. But I'm doing it from a confirmation perspective. I'm not speculating on the low to be in because there's not enough price action to tell me that the low is in. Okay. But the question is always, did you make money? Okay. If you are, for example, one of the first people that believe wholeheartedly that the low is in, well, you should be positioned in aggressive longs here to the upside, right? Or are you one of those people that just want to be right, but you don't put any money behind your trade? Okay. Much love from Massachusetts. Have a blessed day. Thanks for joining the live stream. Anyone else having an issue updating their Weeks mobile app on Android? I did see some people were having issues on Android, but I don't have any issues on my phone because I'm on iOS. So I haven't, but I did see there were some people having issues. I'm not sure if they're doing maintenance. Guys, please reach out to the Week support team and find out what's going on. If it's over 71k, then you can talk that we go upside. No, for me, it's not price. Thunderbosch 2741. For me, it's not price related at all. It's not price related. Okay. Sorry, I'm not dissing you. Okay. I'm just saying $71,000 for me is not a bullish structure. Even $80,000 for me is not a bullish structure. It's how price gets there that will flip my bearish bias into bullish bias on the higher time frame. And let me explain. It's a very good question, actually, okay? Because I know a lot of people are looking for specific price levels. It does not matter how high a three-wave structure punches to the upside. As long as it remains a three-wave structure, it will always take the low, okay? Or there's a high chance. There's a three-wave structure up, and even if it continued as a three-wave structure, it doesn't matter how high it goes. There's always an increased probability to take the low as long as the structure remains a three-wave structure. This was a three-wave structure, and I kept on selling the same thing. When you have momentum to the downside, it doesn't matter how high the three-wave structure goes, it can take the low again. It doesn't matter how high the three-wave structure goes, it will take the low again. Which it did. It took the lows. It took the lows because it's a three-wave structure. It's a three-wave structure. So I'm singing the same song. It doesn't matter how high this three-wave structure go, even if it hits $80,000, okay, it can take the low. The only way in which price action will change my mind is if it does that. If it turns into a five-wave structure. 1, 2, correction. 3, 4, correction. 5. Now, if I can see a 5-wave move to the upside, then I change my mind to say, okay, now the retracement, I'm going to analyze that retracement because there's the opportunity to join the next move back to the upside, but I have to see that. And I will say this again, it does not matter how high this little structure forms to the upside, price action for me doesn't matter. Because this could be, okay, let me explain this. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a 5-wave move to the downside. That's dangerous. And when you have a 5-wave move to the downside, price usually corrects in 3-wave structures. So what could happen here is price does this. A, that's your B, maybe that's the low, and it forms an aggressive C move here to the upside. But you can see it's a 3-wave structure. When I take a fib from the high to the low of this structure, it can easily even go and smack $77,000. But basically, as long as it doesn't take the high, it's bearish as hell. Okay, as long as price does this, it can reject at this resistance node 786 and fall to the downside and take the low again, because the momentum to the downside is a 5-wave structure. Momentum to the upside is a 3-wave structure. Unless, that's what I'm saying, guys, I need price action to show me that it wants to reverse. If price stops here, corrects, does not overlap with this pivot, and pushes up again, now you have a 5-wave structure. Now that is where I change my mind. Technically, I have a reason to change my mind. Technically, at the moment, I have no reason to change my mind. Okay, so I am not bearish because I want to be bearish. I'm bearish because the structure hasn't shown me that it wants to be bullish on the higher time frames. It's as simple as that. Okay, so I'm not bearish because I'm a perma bear. I'm not bullish because I'm a perma bull. Structure will show the way. And for the moment, structure has not proven itself. For the moment, based on where price action is, there's still a higher probability to take that low. So the bulls needs to prove themselves. So as per your comment, okay, because I see a lot of people are saying that if 75k gets hit, if 80k gets hit, I'm going to go mega long. Well, you're going mega long based on high risk, okay, because this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unless price does that. Can you guys see? I'm literally waiting for that, and I'm going to have to wait a long time on the macro time frame, on the higher time frames, for price to prove itself. If you do enjoy the education, okay, give that like button a gentle tap. If you want more updates during the day, because when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community, you can send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join myself and Andy's community. Okay, Andy will be live tomorrow, by the way. Okay, Andy has been on a break. It was his birthday week last week. He was doing some personal stuff, but he will be back tomorrow. Okay, and I will then be spending a lot of my time tomorrow inside of the community, maybe even doing a private live stream, catch a nice little scalpy trade, because the last scalp trade we took together, well, I took in the community on Friday, is still in profits. Okay, that little scalp trade on Friday is printing here to the upside. Where was that trade? Was it I had it here somewhere, guys. Let me see if I put it in my positions. This one. I need to include it. I actually don't have it in my folder, okay, but it was this one. It's one of these two. It was this one, right, guys? It was this one. If I'm not mistaken, it was this one. Okay, this trade is still printing here to the upside. I left the position open. Obviously, it's protected at the moment. Yeah, it was that one. It was this one that I took Friday inside of the private live stream. This little long. Ka-ching. Price took the high. Took most of the profits here at the high. And if price wants to continue up, then I will benefit a little bit more from this long trade. But I did leave a runner. Okay. I did leave a runner. Obviously, I'm still positioned in this long that I took, that I shared inside of the community. So you guys can see that there's a lot that happens in the community, because I can't always be live on YouTube all the time. When I do consider a fresh trade, I share that with the community, not as a signal for everyone to take the trade, but from an education perspective. This is why I'm taking the trade. I'm using this trading strategy. This is my invalidation. I'm taking profits. And so forth, because I believe the best way for people to learn is to see how someone else does it. This is why I'm sharing what I'm doing when I trade and when I do enter trades. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access, and I will send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. And also the nice little private live streams. I must say, guys, I did go in a little bit aggressive, and I told the community on Friday, please don't do what I do, just do what I tell you. And I have been preaching to you for so long. By the way, guys, I want to include that. Okay, this was the trade. Target the highs. Well, basically that high was the target. So trade played out. This position is protected. Okay, I'm just going to leave it a little bit stop loss over there, just so I can drag it up and down if I need to explain it again. But basically this trade played out to perfection. Okay, this for me, and the reason I went in a little bit heavy with this trade is because it was a high probability trade. It really was such a good trade to take, guys. Okay, I was a bit naughty with this trade, but these high probability trades only come past once, maybe every 2 months. I see a high probability trade like this, and then I go in a little bit heavy. I went in way too heavy. Okay, I went in way too heavy, but it played out. It was a high probability. I still managed my risk. I de-risked the position, and what a beautiful trade. Okay, here in my trading journal, I locked it. It's still running at the moment. Okay, I took a little bit more profits from the last time I shared this trade, but it's still running. Okay, keeping my losses small. I do take losses. Okay, no one is perfect in trading, but I'm keeping my losses small and I'm keeping my wins big. Okay, I think that was my biggest trade. Since the 1st of July, that was my biggest profitable trade. Okay, this one almost kicked its ass, but I did de-risk that position because I realized, no. Okay, but it's still running. So if it wants to continue to the upside, it could beat that trade's, the biggest trade since the 1st of July. Okay. And by the way, guys, most of these trades, if not all of them, were shared inside of the community. Because I can't always be on YouTube. So you send me the word access, there's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions. If you want to be part of the community, surround yourself with like-minded people. Okay, I provide daily technical analysis. I share when I enter trades. Andy is active inside of the community. We have Dylan, an altcoin trader, that basically shares how he trades altcoins. We have Rudy, we have Joan, which is an amazing Elliott wave counter. We have great people inside of the community, okay? So for me, if you take this game seriously, you need to surround yourself with seriously like-minded people, okay? Because I pride myself in teaching people how to fish. If you want a signals channel, there's many out there. Okay, if you want a channel that shows you how to do this properly with proper risk management to teach you how to do this, count the waves, D-line strategies, volume strategies, normal breakout strategies, okay, this is the channel. I think this is one of the best channels, if not the best channel. And maybe I'm just being biased. Right. Private live streams. Okay, price is currently getting a little bit of a dumpy to the downside. And this is why, you know, for me, if you did take the short from the weekly level, definitely a position that I will leave a runner to the downside, because that could be the top. This could be the top for this entire structure. And now price is going to sweep the lows and maybe come even down to this weekly level at, let me just switch this off, $63,550. Okay. Let me just update this folder, throw this in my positions folder. No, wait. Sorry guys, I'm just doing a little bit of admin, cleaning up, but I need to keep record. I like to keep record of my trades here on TradingView as well. Okay, I want to throw that long position in there. And right, take that out. Okay, let's get back here onto some technical analysis. But before I continue, by the way, most of you watching this live stream now most probably watched my live streams last week as well. And this is a level that I have been talking about for long. Okay, got the rejection. I'm not sure if you missed it. If you were sleeping like me, I missed it. And I do not FOMO into a trade. And by the way, there was a lot of ways in which you could have gotten into this trade. Okay, you either get in at the rejection, because I saw on the higher time frame, on the 1 hour time frame, it left a wick behind. Beautiful. It left a wick behind. Nobody closes above. Beautiful rejection. Or you wait for the retest. Okay, what I do is usually on the smaller time frames is if I missed the entry, I will wait for the retest. And there was a beautiful retest. Okay, you miss it, you wait for price to come back and retest the level. Stop goes above the high, your entry, small invalidation, and you're targeting the lows of the structure. So, or there was another retest. Okay, there was 3 opportunities to get into the short. Okay. Something that I highlighted on Friday, when price made this high. And the community members knows this. When price made this high and front run the damn weekly level, and price did this to the downside, that's where I started talking about bullish case scenarios. I was just like, I looked at this structure to, remember guys, I'm a structure person. I look at what forms to the downside. Since that high, what is this to the downside? Well, to me, it looked like a damn three-wave structure. Where's 4? Where's 5? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Even that is a three-wave structure. Then it goes up and it forms another 1, 2, 3. But overall, it looks like a three-wave structure. It did not 4, it did not 5. It did not 4, it did not 5. So when I saw this structure on Friday, it wasn't all the way down here. Okay, this happened, basically on Friday. I told the legends, based on this structure, and let me see if I can bring that up, because I think a lot of people don't believe me. No, you didn't say that, but the community members know I did say that. Okay, because this is how I update the community. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Okay, there we go. Right? Based on this structure that I've just highlighted. Come on, why are you not opening? Okay, but basically they are highlighted. The reason I'm highlighting bullish scenarios is because I have an issue with the local drop. It looks corrective and not impulsive to the downside, which means based on the local move down, regardless of how deep the correction goes, this high is most probably gonna get smacked again, claimed again. And that's exactly what happened. Okay. Guys, I don't have to know how to count Elliott waves. If I can see a three-wave structure to the downside, there's always a higher chance to take out the high, regardless of how deep the correction goes. And what happened? Well, price took the high again. So the probability played out. Higher probability to take out the highs, okay, than for price to fall to the downside. Because remember, after a high is created, I want to see a 5-wave move to the downside to confirm that price can continue to the downside. And when I see a 3-wave structure to the downside, I'm like, okay, that high is most probably going to get taken again, which it did. Okay, long, boring ass correction over the weekend, as usual on Saturdays, long, boring price action. Finally, 12 o'clock, 12:15, Sunday night, the high got smacked, so I did not take the short. Okay. But what's interesting here to the downside is I can see a 5-wave move to the downside. So now it becomes interesting, okay? Since this high, I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a chance for price to continue down. Okay. Unless this is A, and all of this mess is maybe a B that's forming here and it's going to create. But anyways, there's a higher chance now to take the lows, because I can see a 5-wave structure. It's not as, and now you guys can see also where a trade becomes a high probability trade for me and a low probability trade. Okay, because it was also based, and this was why that other trade for me was a higher probability trade, is because this mess, when I took this trade, when I took that trade, it was because of what I saw over here. 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Where's 5? No 4 and 5. Okay. Very overlappy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 did not take the... It's a higher probability corrective structure. And when I saw that breakout, I was like, okay, there's a higher chance to take out the high before price takes out the low. And this is why this was a high probability trade for me. There was a couple of other reasons as well. D-line breakout, I see strength, there was bullish CVD. Okay, this structure looked corrective. This structure to the downside looked corrective. And then what the hell is that? Also corrective. Choppy, a mess to the downside, not a clean impulse, not a clean impulsive structure to the downside. Higher probability to take out the high. That's why I took that trade. So sometimes the planet aligns beautifully where I can go in a little bit heavier on my positions, which I did on Friday inside of the private live stream. Okay. And this is now kind of what I'm seeing here at the moment, okay, is since the rejection, now I can see a 5-wave move down. Guys, you don't have to be super technical. Okay, can you see a 5-wave structure to the downside? Can you count an impulse, a correction, an impulse, a correction, and another small little impulse. Yes, I can. You don't have to be super technical and know all the rules, but I can see a drop, a correction, a drop, a correction, and another drop. And when I count it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, okay. There's a chance to take these lows and continue momentum to the downside. Look at this one. Drop, correction, drop. So in that move, there's a three-wave structure. Drop, correction, drop. Oh no, it didn't take the low. Remember, it has to take the low every time. So you have a drop, correction, drop. So for me, the easiest way to explain Elliott wave theory without counting it in detail, without understanding all the theory, is that do you see a 3-wave up or a 3-wave down? Do you see a 5-wave up and a 5-wave down? Corrective structures are always 3-wave structures. Impulsive structures are always 5-wave structures. 5-wave structures dominate the move in a specific direction. When I see a high and I see a 3-wave structure down, there's always an increased probability to take that high again. Okay. So this is now where price is rejecting here at the weekly level. So maybe this is the local top for now and price is going to form a deeper correction to the downside. I don't know. I trade probabilities. So if I had, okay, and this is now where I can still take a trade, scalping the smaller time frames, but this is now where I go in much lighter with my position size. For example, if I had to trade this structure on the 1-minute time frame, okay, if I had to trade this little D-line breakout on the 1-minute time frame, that breakout, for example, I don't have to know how to count Elliott wave theory, but if I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or, you know, I'm playing stupid here on purpose, is to say, okay, maybe this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, if I can count a 5-wave structure to the downside and I am taking that trade, stop goes below the low, I usually take way more aggressive profits to the upside and I enter with a smaller position. But if price did a 3-wave structure, okay, then I go in a little bit heavier. It's based on my trading rules. Sometimes it's not clear. And then I will just go in lighter, applying my trading strategy or not take the trade at all, because I also preach inside of the community. If the structure doesn't make sense to you, you don't know how to trade it, you don't know how, well, what you should do, you should probably not trade that structure. At some point, something's going to form that makes sense for you, and then that's the structure you trade. Okay, because what a mess, guys. If I go back here onto the 15-minute time frame, okay, this is what a mess. What is this? It's an absolute mess. And if you don't know how to trade this mess, don't trade it. But this was an easy trade if I had to take this trade. This is an easy trade because there's a level that I can pay attention to and I know the swing failure strategy. I know exactly how to trade the swing failure strategy. Okay, so the best trade for me, if I don't know what the hell is going on here, was that trade. If I missed it, then I just stay out of the trade and I look for a next trading opportunity. Right. Ka-ching. Will give us your next scalp trade already. Mr. Chef Money. Yes, yeah, I see you are inside of the community as well. And that's now the thing, you know, we need to find a trade. We need to find a trade here on the smaller time frames. But I have to be honest, there's not a high probability trade for me. So I feel like if I do enter a trade, it's just going to be one of those fun trades that's most probably going to get stopped out because price is not at a zone where I want to trade a high probability trade. Friday was a high probability trade, and that's why I did that private live stream. I wanted to go live before that trade played out. The countdown on my live stream was still counting, and I was just like, oh, wait, it's breaking, and I went live. I said, guys, pay attention. Okay, this is the trade that I'm taking. Price should hit long D line and then reverse today. The long D line? Are you talking about this one? The long D line? This one. Okay, this one, it's losing this one. Momentum is getting lost over here. So guys, remember the bullish case scenario. Okay, and then there's this one. And now it's becoming expanding, but let's just try and... Yeah, it's expanding structures are so rare. Anyways, definitely a trend that I will keep in mind, okay? You can see how beautifully it's been rejecting. So if price does turn around, okay, definitely an area I will be paying attention to. Anyways, the bullish case scenario is price is forming higher highs and higher lows. Let me just take that small little trend out the way. Okay, bullish structure is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it pops here to the upside. That low, this low should not be taken. Okay, but I have to look at the bearish case scenario as well. It looks like price is losing steam. Can you see it? It looks like it's losing steam. It's not parabolic. Volume is decreasing. Price is pushing up while volume is decreasing at the moment. It's not, so from a bullish perspective, it's not looking great, although the structure is still intact. And structure is the most important aspect to consider. Okay. But the beauty about swing failure patterns is that you don't have to wait for structure to change before you short. You can already be in the short. Right, so this trend is getting a little bit lost over here, okay? So I like at least 3 touch points. For me, that is the best way in which I would like to have the trend. You have 1, 2, and now it's losing the trend over here. So from a shorting perspective, okay, there's always another way to get into a trade is... You should have played the break down, stop goes above the high, and you're targeting the lows, which is basically first area of because you don't know if this structure is still going to form a bullish structure, because this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now it starts a correction and it bounces and it continues back up. Still a great shorting opportunity, but definitely an interesting longing opportunity. Okay, if price is going to continue losing this trend here to the downside, because now you can track this momentum here on the smaller time frames as well. It's not an easy one from the high. Okay, price is now losing momentum. So I'm basically doing what I've been doing here to the upside in reverse. As long as price does not break this trend, it can continue down. Okay, chops. Comes back for a retest, chops, comes back for a retest. But I mean, if this structure is going to form a corrective structure to the downside, a corrective structure to the downside, high chance for a bounce over here. But I mean, there's just way too little price action at the moment. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of a longer stream today. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of a longer stream today. So I'm going to take maybe 1 or 2 breaks. I'll see, depending on how long I want to do this. Not as long as the marathon ones, but I want to do a little bit of a longer live stream. And maybe there is a little scalping opportunity. Okay, that's what I need to figure out. Okay, and then what I'll do is I will go through this structure. Okay, maybe I'm going to take a quick break and then I'm going to discuss this structure. And also what I shared on Friday inside of the community, okay, about this low and what is happening over here. Because there's also that breakout. Oof. Look at that. Now that would be interesting, right? You have... Anyways, this is what I'll discuss when I come back. Very interesting. Okay. This would be a very interesting long, I must say. If price gets here, I mean, that would be a very interesting long. You're basically targeting the high of the structure. Okay, that would be a very interesting long if price gets there. Now, for me, that is a higher probability trade, but I need to see how price gets there. Because since this low, price has broken out from this trend. Okay, from this trend. This could be a simple retest, higher low, for continuation, and price forms a larger structure here to the upside, takes out the highs. So a very interesting long. We have a weekly level there. You can see the support. Okay, look at the support, resistance. It broke above, RS flip. Okay, definitely an interesting area. You also have the daily order block over there. So technically that is the best area of support for me to the downside. There are some other levels that I'll discuss when I come back from my break. That little pivot over there, once market structure starts to change. Okay, but I do think that there's, based on this local move that I've discussed on the 5-minute time frame, based on that little drop there to the downside, I can count a 5-wave move. And based on that little drop to the downside, I did say there's a higher chance to take that low, and now looks like price wants to take that low. So you can see how I'm just looking at structures to determine probabilities. There's not really a great long for me to take in that zone. Also, I missed the short, not really a shorting opportunity for me. So now I have to wait for a next trade. High probability trade is most probably down here. Okay, but I can still scalp a couple of levels here to the upside, or closer from where price is at the moment. What I want to do is I want to try something. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do that, but I want to try something new. I wanted to include a counter. I just want to see if I can do. Ah, there we go. Ooh, there we go. How do I edit this? Can you guys see that? I'm not sure if you guys can see that. I'm still going to be here for a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to put a counter so people know, okay, there's a countdown. Okay, maybe that looks better. I can make it a little bit bigger. And I will be, okay, but now if I go to, now this is what happens. I need to add it to this screen. Let me try that again. Add, there we go. Sorry guys, I am stuffing around with the software over here, but I want to make it a little bit better. 05, there we go. Right, legends, I will see you all in less than 5 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break and then we will continue the analysis over here. I am going to be a little bit longer, and let me just restart that so you know I will be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave you guys with some music here in the background.
There's something moving underneath the silence. You can't stop it, you can't see it.
There's a spark you can't control. No face, no throne, no single soul. No crown, no king, no guarded gate. Just coded rhythm, rewriting fate. They don't trust what they can't hold. They fear what they can't control. But every system once began as something small no one would stand. They laughed at fire when it was stone. Now whole cities glow from what was thrown. Every empire starts unseen, every future starts a dream.
It's rising, it's breathing through the cracks in the ceiling.
You can doubt it, you can fight it,
but you won't stop the feeling. There's an invisible fire burning under the ground. You can't cage the wire, you can't shut it down. We are rising higher, no walls around. What you can't see now will shake this town. It's burning brighter, no turning back now.
yeah. It don't knock, it flows through cracks. Built by hands that turn their backs. No permission, no applause. No signature from broken laws. They building towers made of glass. I build in shadows built to last. They measure worth in what they see. I measure mine in legacy. Call it risky, call it strange. Every revolution looks that way. What they mock today is small. Tomorrow stands 10 stories tall.
It's growing, it's glowing, even when you don't know it.
It's silent.
But violent, and nothing can control it. There's an invisible fire burning through the sound. You can doubt desire, but you can't drown the ground. We are climbing higher, feet off the ground. What you can't see now will turn this world around.
I've been doubted, I've been tested. Watch belief get dissected. Watch fear spread contagious fast. But truth don't break it out last. When pressure don't erase the flame, it only teaches it to aim. And when the dark feels permanent,
That's when the spark turns permanent. There's an invisible fire burning us now. You can pull the wire, you can't shut it down. We are rising higher, we won't bow. What you can't see now will own this ground. It's burning brighter, we're walking through the fire. No walls can hold us now.
All right, we are back.
Don't wait for tomorrow's light.
Just put the music a little bit softer there in the background. So, now the question, where can we catch a trade? And I'm looking at a scalp, guys. I'm looking at a scalp. Well, sorry, when I say we, where can I catch a trade? Remember, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm simply sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets. If I see a reaction at a specific level, then I might attempt a little scalp long back to the upside, because what could happen here is price drops, okay, and it bounces for a retest, and then it continues to the downside, and it's literally what I'm looking for, a little bounce. Okay, I cannot short here. It's not part of my trading strategy. Okay, So now I need to figure out here on the smaller time frame, where's that bounce. So first thing I like to do is switch on my levels, look for point of controls. That is a daily level that was, when was this daily level formed? Just want to check. That daily level was formed last night, broke above, and now it's trading below. Okay, so this daily level is not really doing much at the moment. Next daily level is a little bit further down at $64,300. There's no point of controls in between. That's the only level that I have. Before price gets to the weekly level, we still have the point of control. Where's my magnet? Sorry guys, I'm just brainstorming a little bit over here. Okay, so first long. Just looking at that 0.283, but I'm looking at high probability trades, guys. You know, for me, the highest probability trade is here. And I don't know if price is going to get there by the time I'm still live here on the live stream. Okay. But I will keep the community up to date. If this trade does not play out in this live stream or price is not there yet in this live stream, I will keep the community up to date about that trade. But now look at the beautiful confluence that I'm spotting here with my two little eyes. Okay. Is you have the daily level at the 0.382, taking a fib from the low of the structure to the high of the structure. Just keeping it simple. You have confluence. 0.5, you have that little pivot, you have the naked point of control, you have the 0.5. I can scalp those levels. And then here by the weekly level, you have a daily level, you have a weekly level, and you have the golden pocket, 0.618. Also the retest of the trend. Now that trade for me looks interesting. So 3 levels that I can pay attention to for a long back to the upside. Because remember, this structure could be bullish. This could be either a wave A or this could be a wave 1. I don't know. I don't actually care whether it's an A or a 1 because it's the bounce to the upside. It's either a B. Okay, this is either a B or it's a 2. I don't know what it's going to be. But that move can take the high again. So I don't care whether it's a 3 or a C. I don't care. Okay, structurally, this can form a 3-wave structure. Or a 5-wave structure. I don't know, but that's where the trade management will kick in based on how the price action develops. Let me clean up the kitchen. But now I pay attention to the first high confluence area. Okay, first high confluence area is this little one over here, because as this, let me just do this. Okay, do you see the structure that could unfold over here? You have a move to the upside and price forms a bullish pennant. Maybe price does whatever it needs to do inside here, but it forms a bullish pennant and then it breaks here to the upside. So for me, there's always another way to get into a trade. If I missed the breakout or the retest, by the way, I got in over there. So if I get stopped out of this trade, price forms a bullish structure to the downside. Remember, a pennant that goes down has a higher probability of breaking up. So that is an interesting trade. That is an interesting trade, depending on where I catch it. Also an SFP from the 0.7, basically grabbing the liquidity below the range low. But I mean, I don't know. There's a high chance this is not going to play out today, guys. This is most probably going to play out over the duration of this week. We have high impact news. I just want to check when the high impact news. So there's nothing today. Tomorrow we've got existing home sales. Wednesday we've got, so Wednesday is a big day, 2:30 Central European time. We've got inflation data coming out. So Wednesday, massive day. Thursday, but Wednesday is the biggest day. Okay. If this news comes out bullish, I think there's a high chance for price to continue momentum here to the upside, and this structure could form a nice little, $70,000, $75,000 move to the, to the upside. Well, maybe not that high, but you guys get the point. It can really pop if this news comes out bullish on Wednesday. And I want to get ready for this. I want to be positioned in this trade before the news comes out so that I can have a free trade. Okay, and all I have to do is manage profits. I don't have to look for a trade on a high impact day, because to look for a trade when news comes out is not easy. You get those weeks and to the up and to the downside that stops you out of your position. So maybe by tomorrow I can be positioned in this trade, if not today, before the news comes out. Okay, I will obviously keep the community up to date. If I do jump into a fresh trade, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Remember, guys, I just want to just want to highlight another disclaimer. Okay, I earn commission when you sign up with these exchanges. You do get the best deals that these exchanges has to offer when you do sign up with one of my affiliate links. And by signing up with these affiliate links and you trade like you usually do, from the fees that you pay from your trades, which is usually lower than just by Googling it by yourself, I get a small percentage of those fees. And that's how I earn commission. This commission is then used to build out the tools, pay for the teams that's supporting us, and so forth. So the money basically gets reinvested back into the community and the tools. Okay. I'm never going to ask you to trade or give you a number that you need to hit in order to keep access to the community and to the free tools. Remember, trading is high risk. You could lose everything if you're not careful and you don't apply great risk management. And always check with your region if these exchanges are supported. And I encourage you to do your own research. This is not financial advice. Right. I am spotting this level over here. Okay. And the reason I'm spotting this level is because you also have that little pivot for potential SFP. Maybe price does that. Okay. For me, it's not a high probability trade. Can it do that? Yes. It's just, I like it when there's confluence. Okay. You have the 0.382, you have the daily level, there's confluence. I like to trade confluence levels, confluence zones. Okay. It kind of feels irresponsible for me to take that trade unless I'm just scalping the smaller time frames, but it's going to be difficult for me to get into that trade because I'm already positioned over there on my 2-bit account, and I'm already positioned in Bluffant in a short and a long. So not really a trade I want to take over here. Can it bounce? Yes. So $64,000, 300 is the first zone where I will be interested in a long. For this long, for me to take this long, let me explain this long, and then I will zoom out to the 1 hour time frame, and I will do a couple of Elliott wave scenarios. Okay, for this long over here, what I would like to see is I want price to smack that daily level and the 0.382. And when it pulls back, okay, I will be interested in a long. But I'm going to be very picky about this long. I want both levels to be smacked. Not just the daily, not just, okay, I want both levels to get smacked, and then I will consider that long. And the same here, I want the 0.5 and the naked point of control to be smacked. Okay, maybe it does that. Maybe it does that, okay? But you can see that's basically the bounces that I want to take advantage of from a scalping perspective. Now, this is the interesting one, okay? I think maybe the 0.7, if things gets really nasty and SFP below that low and leaves a wick behind, starts trading above, sign of strength, enter before the breakout. Okay, so better risk management, and yeah, we'll see how that plays out, but I don't think that's all going to happen today. Okay. I mean, this is Thursday. Thursday, Wednesday. Wednesday is around about this zone where the high impact news is going to come out. Oof, price almost took that low. Not yet. Not yet. Almost took the low. If price goes, okay, I'm talking about now long opportunities. I have no business looking for a long over here. For me, based on my style of trading, I have no business longing where price is at the moment. I'm interested in longs, interested in longs, interested in longs. If price does not get here, but it moves up first, where am I interested in a short? Because I missed that one. So maybe the market is going to give me another opportunity to get into the short. Okay, if it does take this high again. Okay, so now let me clean up the kitchen, as I like to say. I want to switch off all the levels. Let's take the fib out the way. Okay, now I want to go to the 1 hour time frame to see, well, is there still a nice little area of resistance to the upside where I will consider a short. The first level that comes to mind, just keeping it simple, is when I take a fib from the high to the low of this structure. The 0.786 or the 0.7. I will still consider a short. So if price does not move down first to my areas where I'm interested in longs, I will consider a local top SFP basically from that high. And if it doesn't reject here, the 0.7, because I know it's a significant Fibonacci level, but also it's going to sweep the liquidity above the highs. There's also a high volume node. Okay, it's resistance. From a price action perspective, this is resistance. So if price does move up, it either rejects and moves down, forms another high, okay, or a little bit higher. That's where I'm looking for the shorts. I have no business shorting there, and I have no business longing that. For me, trading is a game of patience at the end of the day. Okay, if price is not at an area of interest where I want to short or long, then I don't trade. I'm not going to force a trade for the sake of trading. Okay, it's just my style of trading, guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's just how I like to trade. There's also an Elliott wave scenario that supports a rejection from this high, and it has a clear invalidation. Do you guys remember this B wave that I've shared? But anyways, before I get to that B wave, let me share this one. Okay, let me take this fib out the way. Here's a cheeky little scenario that I'm currently keeping an eye on, but it looks like it wants to get invalidated. Okay, it's not invalidated yet. Basically, if price turns around, okay, if price turns around, yeah, this is where I'm considering the short. Clear invalidation for this scenario. So if price pushes up here, basically an SFP from the high. $65,000, 574 is where the 0.786 is, and there's basically a measurement from this little structure over here to the low, okay, from a Fibonacci perspective, or a trend-based fib extension, because this could be a three-wave structure in a W, three-wave structure in an X, and an A, B, C, and an ending diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a three-wave structure and a 5-wave. But price shouldn't, I don't really want price to do this. Okay, it's not going to give the structure the highest probability anymore. Plus, your fourth wave should not, it should not be expanding. If that is your, I actually don't want that low to be claimed, to be all quite frank with you, because the structure is going to become expanding, which then carries lower probability. I want that to be the fourth wave. So if price is going to take that low, I'm going to throw this scenario in the bin. Right, so it's basically an ending diagonal in a wave C to complete a W, X, Y, and then price falls down higher. In this scenario, there's a high chance for price to take the low, but I mean, I will still be keeping an eye on those longing opportunities because this could also be an impulsive structure of some sort. Okay. So there's the Elliott wave scenario, basically what I'm trying to highlight, that supports a rejection if price takes the high again. If price pushes up, like I said, flip from the high to the low, 0.786, which is at $65,900. Okay. I want to see what CVD is doing. I mean, it's amazing how this berry CVD played out. The CVD that I highlighted when I started the live stream, okay, basically this one. When I measure CVD against that pivot, and as price was pushing up here, I said there's two confirmations. I think there was three, but now there's two confirmations that price is going to take this low. And now price is pushing here to the downside. But now, okay, it's a little bit, now it's a little bit of a mix. There was berry CVD against these highs. Lows were the target. It now played out. Those ones actually now need to, oh, but it's against that pivot. Okay, never mind. Bully CVD not playing out. Berry CVD not played out yet. So basically, if the highs gets taken, the bulls win. If the low gets taken, then the bears win. But now what's interesting is locally, there's berry CVD building up. Okay, what I mean by locally is that this the recent structure that is forming here to the downside, this structure is forming berry CVD. So I'm not looking at that anymore. I'm more interested in what's happening locally. Okay, so let's see how this plays out. If price pushes up, interesting short, very interesting short. Okay, can you see the resistance? Here at the 0.7, just keeping it simple without Elliott wave scenarios. Resistance. Okay, resistance. Price tried to push through, broke to the downside. Resistance. Okay, if price gets there again, it can act as resistance. So that is a resistance zone where price sweeps the high and rejects again. From a volume perspective, I know that the structure is still intact. Okay, and we should pay attention to the structure. The structure has formed higher highs and higher lows. Structurally, the bulls are still in control, but volume is decreasing. So from a volume perspective, it shows me that the bulls are losing the battle, even though the structure is still intact. Okay. Right. I can hide that. I can take that out. Take that out. I just want to do a little bit of a cleanup over here. Take that out. I will leave that. Positions. Okay, this is still one of the scenarios. Okay, like I said, guys, I will discuss a couple of Elliott wave scenarios just looking at the structure from the high to where price is now. Okay, this can be your three-wave structure in a W. Okay, three-wave structure in an X and an A, B, C to the downside to complete the Y wave. I must say it's a very, very large B wave. It's a very large B wave. From a timing perspective, it's not looking great anymore. Okay, so can it still play out? Yes, it's just not looking sexy anymore. Okay, but there's still a chance for price to take the lows and then bounce back to the upside. Definitely an interesting long, and I've gone through that level many times. Basically the golden pocket value area low, there's a lot of support down at that level, and I do still prioritize based on the structure that is formed. Okay, even if price takes these lows, I think there's a higher probability for price to make a higher low and continue back to the upside. But there's now also the chance that this could be the low, because now in this W, X, Y, the B wave is a little bit out of whack. So maybe there's now a higher chance for that low to be in, and this low is not going to come yet. Okay. But still valid, not invalidated. Okay. That's the one that I've just discussed. That's the trend that's now being lost. At some counts that I did. Okay, I will do some fresh counts over there. So this is what I shared Friday inside of the community. Okay. Remember, the issue for me was the following. If this is a finished structure, three-wave structure in a W, okay, and then maybe, okay, three-wave structure in a W, a X, and price is now going to form that larger Y. Now, you know, the AB is not looking so great anymore. That's the one that I've just discussed. But then there's another one where I said, well, what if this is the A, okay, B, three-wave structure in a B, A, B, C in a B, and then your C here to the downside. Remember what I said, guys, I had an issue to count this as a B wave, as a C wave. I couldn't find, with high probability, a five-wave structure to the downside, because a C wave has to be a five-wave structure. Then I did the other count where I said, well, what if this is a W, X, ABC, and a Y? Well, the last structure inside the Y wave also is a C wave, not a high probability. And then I came up with this count, which I shared inside of the community yesterday, to say that, well, now this makes more sense to me. Took me a while to get here, but yeah, here we are, right? A, B, and an ending diagonal in a C wave. And in an ending diagonal, all structures has to be three-wave structures. So if this is indeed the low, this will be the count. And then I will not put this in the history books, because there's another count that supports this being the low of the structure, just using a different count. Okay, so basically you have your A, you have your B, and then you have a three-wave structure in a 1, a three-wave structure in a 2, a WXY ABC in a W, X there to the upside, and another ABC, or another ABC to the downside to complete wave 3. You have a small little 4 and another 5 here to the downside. So basically an A, B, C inside of an ending diagonal. For me, that's a better count. So since this low was formed over here, now you want to count a bullish structure back to the upside. So, well, I mean, this structure can be counted in so many ways. It's not an easy structure to count from an Elliott wave perspective. And this is often sometimes when I just, you know, trade my levels. So this could be a 1, 2. Most bullish case scenario, it still needs to form the 3, 4, 5, but basically nested 1, 2s. Okay, so in nested 1, 2s, you basically have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. and then it rock and rolls to the upside in a 3 4 5 4 5 4 5 to the upside. I must say this scenario for me doesn't carry the highest probability anymore, because how many 1-2s is this structure going to stack on top of each other? And now the corrections are becoming longer in time. It's becoming longer. It should be becoming smaller in time. In nested 1-2s, what most often plays out is a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 3. Can you guys see it becomes smaller? The waves become to the upside become smaller, and the corrections become shorter in time than that initial move. Okay, so purely from a look and feel perspective, I cannot give the scenario the highest probability anymore. It's just not looking sexy anymore. Okay. Another count that comes to mind is to say that, well, if this is going to be an impulsive structure, 1, 2, highest amount of volume is in that move. That's your 4, and your little fifth wave here too. Now that looks better as an impulsive structure. No overlap between 4 and 1. Okay, maybe some sort of, I don't know. I'm not going to count that mess there to the upside, but I can see, okay, that this can be an impulse to the upside. If price is going to continue to drop to the downside, and this is why it basically just comes back to the longing opportunities that I've highlighted. If this is an impulsive structure to the upside from the low to the high, okay, the best longing opportunity is the golden pocket. Impulse, correction, continuation. I don't know where this bounce is going to happen. Technically, the best zone that has the most confluence is the weekly level, also the retest of the trend. Okay, but it can happen here, it can happen here, and it can happen here. What I will be looking for is time. Okay, and time can give us a clue from the low of the structure to the high of the structure. Well, it tells a very interesting story. It says on Thursday, the 13th of August, which is this week Thursday, is where you want the correction to finish from a time perspective. So it doesn't matter what happens here. When price crosses the 0.382, then whatever happens after that is where the longs become more interesting. So I will definitely keep time into consideration as well. B, C. Hope that makes sense. Okay, guys, I'm not considering that ending diagonal anymore in this scenario. Okay, price took that low. This scenario, I'm not considering it anymore. Price took that low, and now the structure is starting to become expanding. Don't like it anymore. Okay, not yet. It's not yet, but it's almost expanding. Let me put in the invalidation for this scenario, which is most probably going to get smacked while I do it. Where did I put you? Yeah, I think it's already invalidated. Let me just take that fib out the way. Let's do a parallel channel. Connect these two highs. Yeah, it's invalidated. So I'm not looking at this scenario anymore, legends. I am going to throw the scenario in the bin. Delete it. Let me go through some comments. Remember, if you want to be part of the community, because that is where I spend my time when I'm not on YouTube, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how to join. Okay. There will most probably be a private live stream tomorrow if price gets to an area of interest for me to take a trade, like what happened on Friday. Okay. Oh, I wanted to do this. Wow, good music. Give us, guys, the name of the song. You will not be able to find the music on iTunes or Spotify or anything, because this is music that's produced by my brother specifically for me for these live streams, so that I don't get copyright strikes. Okay, we are not at the range point of control and weekly point from last week right now. Okay, from a range perspective, no, we're not there. I'm not sure which time frame you are referring to. Okay, fixed range profile for this entire zone. You can see where price, oh, by the way, that weekly level, look at the confluence. Okay, value area high of the entire range, weekly level. I mean, guys, it was such a great short. And I know a lot of community members took that short. So well done. Congratulations. Please manage your trade. That's what we like to do. Okay, take profits. You never know what the market's going to do next. But now this point of control is a very interesting long, because it also lines up with a 0.382. It also lines up with a daily level. Okay, when I take a fib from the low to the high of the structure, I switch on my daily levels. It's all about building confluence. Okay, it is an interesting zone for a long. It's where the most amount of volume was traded during this entire range. It's where the most amount of volume was traded. So definitely an interesting longing opportunity. From a timing perspective, it could bounce and continue to the downside. Bounce, maybe reject, okay, and maybe it's not such a great long anymore and it rejects. That's why trade management is so important, and it could go down to the bottom of the range and take the lows again. So that's why I said, guys, it doesn't matter which trade wins here at the end of the day. I'll be looking for a new one. They are both in profits. I will make more profits from the short if price falls down, and I will make more profits from the long if price continues back up. Depending on which one gets stopped out, I will be looking for a new one, and I will share that inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Because when I'm not on YouTube, I spend my time inside of the community. So I'm still in the short from the tippy top. I must say, guys, I thought about it last night. That was not an easy short. And I used a lot of my position size to manage that risk. This was an easy long. It was really an easy long. A beautiful reaction, nice stop loss, swing from the... Anyways, this was an easy... Sometimes they are difficult and sometimes it's hard. This was an easy long. That was a difficult short. But that was also an easy long for me, that little breakout over there. Price took the highs. That was also an easy long. So sometimes it's not easy, sometimes it's hard. And it's the game of trading at the end of the day, right? And I will then update the schedule as we go along. Guys, these are the trades that I've taken since the 1st of July. I'm keeping a little bit of a record in light of transparency, just the trades that I'm taking and that I'm sharing inside of the community. I have 3 trades running at the moment. I have the short that you saw here on, that's still running, which is basically this one over here. I have the long running, which is basically also on Bluffin, the one from down here. And then I have this long running on my 2-bit account. And what I'm going to do is, once I close this trade, I'm going to take the money out of my 2-bit account. Because, yeah, I'm going to take that money out. I want to... If I make money on that account, I'm going to take it out. If I lose money, I'm not going to put money in. I have to trade it back. That's what I've decided with that account. If I lose that money, it's gone. Okay. If I make money, I'm taking it out. So that hopefully by the time I do blow up that, because it's my fun account, it's the account that I'm taking chances with. If I do blow up that account, I will take the profits that I took out of that account and maybe start that account again. Okay. Just to keep it alive. Maybe it won't happen. We'll see. Very CVD here at the moment. Okay, so maybe price will get here during the stream. Maybe price will get there during the stream. Okay, I did see some people do this. I did see this. Okay. And this is all part of a flat corrective structure. So you have your A, you have your B, and price is now going down for a C. I know, guys, it looks a little bit like a mess, okay, but this is how I build Confluence, and then I'll clean up the chart. But still, let's see, if I take a time fib from the low to the high of that 5, yes, then price is after the 0.382. So it is an interesting long. It really is. This is an interesting long, because what I like about this level is it has a lot of confluence. What I don't like about this level is that it's below the point of control of the range. And usually when price loses the point of control of the entire range, it goes back to the value area low. So maybe that is the best long, considering the probabilities of losing this point of control where price goes back to the value area low. Okay, so definitely I want to set some alarms there, guys. I don't want to miss that potential long, because that could be the count that price has formed a 5 wave up until this point. This is a corrective structure, and now it's building the last C wave here to the downside. Basically a 3 wave structure. I don't have to count it in detail. Would be nice to get an SFP here from the 4th wave. Price falls down, ka-ching, okay, and I will trigger that long, and I will share that in the community if I'm not on YouTube. Selling pressure increasing here to the downside. Congratulations to the community members that did take the short. I mean, you know, we've been waiting for this weekly level forever, and it just kept on front running the weekly level. And finally, midnight last night, it tapped the level. Finally. And often what happens is, not very often, sometimes what happens is I will share a short or a long that I'm looking for, and then I miss it, but at least I can see the community members are taking it inside of the money shots. Okay, so well done to those that did get into that short. Value area high, weekly level, massive resistance. Okay, sweeps the liquidity above the high, and now price is falling to the downside. Also, that little local structure, you guys can see how these little local structures here on the 5-minute time frame. Okay, when I saw that 5 wave move down, I was just like, ooh, this is not where I want to long. Okay, when I saw this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when I saw that, I knew that there was a higher chance for price to fall down and take the lows before it takes the high again. Maybe it forms a larger 3-wave structure and then it goes and takes the highs. But that little move was the dangerous move. This is why I was not interested in any longs in this zone, because of that move. It was because of that move that I also knew there was a higher chance to take the high, which price did. It was because of this move, and this entire move as a whole that I knew that there's a higher chance for price to take the high. So you guys can see that I can take successful trades just by looking at the structure without counting the waves. This trade was taken using the D-line strategy, but I knew based on the structure there's a high chance to take the high. And I didn't have to count it. I mean, guys, I can go nuts over here. I can say, okay, well, maybe this is a A. Okay, this is a A. It's a B. Did it take the high? That's your B. And maybe a C here to the downside. Okay. So then that can give me a W. Okay, right. Then what happens next is price forms another structure to the upside. So maybe that's the X, and then maybe this is a B, C, or an A, B, C. But anyways, it just counted way better as a corrective structure. But can you see that I don't have to break an arm and a leg and analyze and analysis paralysis inside of the structure? What is it? Is it a WXY? Is there a triangle in there? Is it an ABC? I don't care what it is, okay? But I knew that there was a higher chance for price to take the high, regardless of how you count it. And then, yeah, this little structure was a little bit of a giveaway. Guys, yes, nothing's ever guaranteed, and this is why I trade with stop losses, okay? Because if I was 100% certain about every little structure, I would just not use stop losses, and I would 100x my entire position every single time. But that's not that's not responsible trading for me, okay? 5-wave move down. Mess, absolute mess. I had no business trading that mess. And now price finally, okay, started rolling to the downside. So if I have to now force a count in here somehow, I could say, well, if this is a C wave, then maybe that is your one. Okay. Complex corrective structure in a wave 2. And now it's forming a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the downside. Or, guys, can you see you can get analysis paralysis by counting the structure. So I don't always have to do it to look for areas of confluence. This could be an A, B, C, and a W. It could be an X, and this is A, B, C here to the downside in a Y wave. But it lines up with areas of confluence where I'm looking for the long. Anyways, remember to smash up that like button if you do enjoy the content. Andy will be live tomorrow. He's back in action tomorrow. In case you were wondering where Andy is, he took a little bit of a break last week. He will be back in action tomorrow. Do you remember we spoke about ETH? Do you remember ETH? ETH looks very interesting, I must say. ETH actually looks very bullish, I must say. Very bullish. I am interested in taking a trade on ETH, but it's not time yet. Okay, I just want to switch the magnet off. It's not time for me to take a trade on ETH. So, I know it looks a little bit messy, but this is what could happen. Okay, do you guys see this? This is what could happen with ETH. Okay. I can make it a little bit more bearish. Let's make it a little bit more bearish and not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. This could be an A. It forms a B. Maybe there, B there, or B there. I don't care. Okay. It forms a, and it goes up for a C. Okay. I don't want to get ahead of myself and say that, well, it's definitely going to smack $2,500, right? There's always a bearish case scenario as well. But I do still see a lot of upside for ETH regardless of where it finds the low over here. But I want ETH to eat up that low before I will look for a long, just to keep it simple. Do you guys see that little low that ETH has formed? Let me take this out the way. Let's clean up the chart. I want ETH to take that low before I will consider a long, just to keep it simple. The most interesting areas for longs is when I take a fib from the low of the structure, from the low to the high, I get my Fibonacci levels, I go look for volume, a lot of volume at the 0.382, there's volume there at the 0.5, but the best area is the value area low, okay? Golden pocket. I don't know how aggressive the movement to the downside is going to be, but I want that low to be taken before I will consider a long. And the reason I want that low to be taken, for those of you that paid attention in class last week, is that when I measure from a time perspective, from the low, you can see the yellow line running up here, measuring the time. How long did it take the structure to develop here to the upside, from the low to the high? I want the low to be made after the 0.382, which for me is the minimum time requirement. And that low was made before the 0.382. So I'm actually, and I can be picky about my trades, guys, it's my money at the end of the day. I will only consider a long on ETH once it takes this low and makes a fresh low after the 0.382. Whether it's going to bounce here, whether it's going to bounce here, I don't know. Best area is this zone over here, $1,600. That to me technically looks like the best bouncing zone for ETH. Forms a corrective structure, bounces back up, and it forms a larger either three-wave structure to the upside, or it starts building an impulse to the upside. I don't know, but it's a very interesting trade that I'm keeping an eye on ETH. Okay, because I can count this wave. ETH actually has a better count to the upside than Bitcoin. It actually looks a lot cleaner for me. Okay, I can count 5 waves here to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When I see a 5-wave structure to the upside, I get really interested in the correction to the downside, because I know that's not where you long. That's not where I long. No, you don't long the tops. I long the retracements, and the retracement doesn't make sense yet. I hope that makes sense. Gewald, if you take a trade with 1% of your capital at 10x leverage, will it be the same as me taking a trade with 10% of my capital without any leverage? When I might have to do a risk management explanation. Okay. We still have time, and I'm just going to do it briefly. Okay. A lot of people get confused about when I say I take a 1% trade or 2% trade. Remember, guys, my stop loss determines how much money I deploy. How far is my stop loss? Okay, let me explain it. Let's go back here to Bitcoin. Okay, let's say I'm going to enter a long over here. Okay, let's take the mess out the chart. Let's just leave the 0.382 there. Okay, so clean this up. Right, there we go. So let's say I am interested in a long here. And price falls and price falls. Maybe it bounces, but it falls and it gets there. But it leaves, it goes and it grabs the liquidity below these lows. It grabs the liquidity and it starts trading back above. And I enter over here. So this is my plan. Okay, I enter there and I'm targeting first area of resistance, these underbelly resistance as a major TP area. Okay, you could say, okay, it could go higher, but I'm just using an example. My stop goes below the low. Okay, now my stop loss determines how much capital I deploy. It's not to say that I'm trading with 1% of my capital. I want to see, well, how far is this stop loss? This stop loss is 0.28% away, which means I can deploy 100% of my capital at 3-4x leverage. Do you see the power? I can deploy 100% of my capital times, let's just be conservative, at 3x leverage. And if I'm wrong and price stops me out because of how tight my stop loss is, I will lose less than 1% of my portfolio. So it's about how much am I willing to lose. I can deploy 100% at 3x capital. So let me make it a little bit more easier to understand. If my stop loss is 1% away, which is there. Okay, so forget about the example that I've just shared. Okay, let me take this out the way. Okay, forget about price action at the moment, guys. I'm just using this as an example, this little tool as an example. My risk to reward is 2 risk to reward. It fulfills my minimum requirement. So if I am looking for this type of trade, okay, price comes down, I enter, okay, and now I'm looking to take profits at the highs, and this is where my stop loss is. Because my stop loss is 1% away, it means I can deploy 100% of my capital for this trade at 1x leverage, so that when I'm wrong, I lose 1%. So it is my stop loss that determines how much capital I deploy and what leverage I can use. Okay, or I can use, like you've alluded to, I can use 10% of my capital at 10x leverage. It's the same amount, it's the same position size as 100% of my capital at 1x leverage, because 10 times 10 is 100% of my capital. 100 times 1 is 100% of my capital. So whether I do a 10x at 10% or whether I do 100% at 1x leverage, I'm still going to lose 1% of my capital. So it is this little bad boy that determines how much I deploy and what leverage I use. I usually, because of experience, I usually leave my account at 10x leverage, and depending on how far my stop loss is, I will decide how big of a position I want to deploy. So that's basically the nutshell version of proper risk management that I like to teach and hammer on based on my trading. Okay, if my stop loss is 0.25% away, it means that I can go in with 100% of my capital. Guys, just do the basic math, okay, at 4x leverage, because 25 times 4 is 1%. Okay, so I can deploy. So if I have a $100,000 portfolio, I can go in with a $400,000 position size, and if I'm wrong, I lose 1% of my capital. So it's not, and a lot of people confuse this. They say, Dewald, how can you make money if you're only trading with 1%? No, I'm not trading with 1%. I'm risking 1%. Do you see the difference? I'm risking 1%. I could be trading with 4 times my capital, but I'm only risking 1% depending on where my stop loss has to be or where I put my stop loss. So there is money for me to be made. There's definitely money to be made, because I can have a 4x position inside of this trade, but only lose 1%, but I can make a lot of money to the upside when I'm right. So great question, and a lot of people get confused about it. I do have a module inside of my course that goes into a lot more detail, and obviously I will share more details inside of the community if they ask me for more risk management theories. But there's not a lot of people that teach you how to do this properly. On YouTube, I share it for free, okay, because it matters that people do this right, okay. How else are you determining leverage and position? Guys, at the end of the day, leverage doesn't matter. It's position size that matters. It doesn't matter how much leverage you deploy and how much cash you deploy with that leverage. How much are you losing when you are wrong? That's what matters. Are you losing 10% of your entire portfolio because you went in crazy? Are you losing 50% of your portfolio? Are you liquidating your entire account? Okay. And this is what some influencers do, guys, and I'm not going to mention any names, okay? They will enter, for example, let's say they enter a long over there, but they also enter shorts, okay? They enter longs and shorts, but they use $5 for each trade. And then what they do is they post the winning P&L shot inside of their communities and say, hey, look at this, $1,000% because they went in 100x or 200 or even 500x. Some of the exchanges allow you to do 500x positions. Don't be fooled by a P&L shot. Do not be fooled, because you don't know how much money they put behind that trade. This is why I share this. I'm showing you guys, and I share this, and not to show off. I'm sharing this in light of transparency. You can see I've got money on the line. I'm losing, I'm winning. This is not a $5 trade. This is not a $10 trade. And then I'm only sharing the P&L, pretending that I made a lot of money. No, I'm putting real money behind these trades. Okay. This is my journal so far, the wins and the losses. Okay. And these are the trades that was taken inside of the community. Well, this is trades that I shared that I took inside of the community. Okay. And that's why I just want to highlight, do not be fooled by a P&L shot. Don't be fooled by a P&L shot. Because you never know when someone posts a 3,000% gain that they've made on a P&L shot. Ask them to post the actual P&L for that trade. Okay? Because I have seen... and I'm not going to mention names, influencers use P&L shots, okay, to pretend that they are doing well. But you don't know how much money they put behind it. It could be $5 trades, and then they just pick the winning ones and they post that, and they say, look at how much money we're making as a community. Yeah. Anyways, I think I've hammered that point enough. Hi, Devil. Thanks for the live stream. Your weekly is at 65,375, but Andy weekly is at Bybit. Would you still only care about that? Rico, let me go and check that out. That's a good question. Okay. I trade the chart in front of me. I prefer Binance. It's my preference because it has the most amount of volume in the world. Okay. And remember, depending on which exchange you use to do your analysis, your levels might be different. What I like to do is, I'm sure you are talking about this one, 63,550. It's exactly at 63,550. 63.5, no, minus at 63.5. Oh, are you talking about, you're talking about the one upstairs, this one. Mine is at 65,375. And I use magnets to snap my levels on to make sure that they are exactly where they need to be. You can see if I move this around, it snaps it onto the levels. Okay. So I know it's exactly 365, 375. Okay. On Binance. Let's go check on Bybit. That's Coinbase. That's CME. That's the index. Ooh, yes. Do I even have Binance on here? A Bybit on here? Ah, here we go. Weekly. Let's go check it out. So if I have to put a level here with a magnet, yeah, it's a 65,314. So I trade the chart in front of me. If it didn't smack it on one exchange, but it smacked it on my exchange, I will take the trade, and vice versa, you know. But yeah, that level is 65,314. 65,3. I mean, it's about what, a $50 difference. It's about a $50 difference, but it got smacked on both. So if Andy was trading this on Bybit, you would have most probably gotten in. If I was trading it on Binance, I would have gotten in. But I usually, most of the time, trade the chart in front of me, which is Binance. I use Binance to do my analysis. I trade the Binance chart. I don't care which exchange I'm using to do the execution, whether it's Weeks, whether it's 2bit, whether it's Bluffin. I don't look at that chart on TradingView to do my trading. If I see the rejection on TradingView on the Binance pair that I'm looking at, if I saw that rejection, I execute the trade on my exchange, regardless of where the price is on that exchange. I don't care about, I'm trading this chart. I'm trading this one in front of me. Hope that makes sense. Okay. Would you still only care about the chart in front of you? Yes. I hope I've answered you, Rico. I only care about the chart in front of me. Okay, but they got both got smacked on both charts. Okay. Chance is high we take the lows of 58k this week. Bear moon incoming. Yeah, 58k is very low to the downside. We do have the bear moon incoming. I agree with you. But for price, you are saying 58k? Yeah? Oh, that's very low. Okay. You're basically saying you're basically the lows of the structure, which is almost 57,700. So you're basically saying based on the bear moon that's going to print soon over here, you're expecting that. That's a big move, brother. That's a really big move. There's a lot that can happen. Price could do, okay, just remember that bear moon can print and price could do this. And then the bull moon prints and price goes back up. That's a very aggressive move to the downside. And this structure, unfortunately, doesn't carry high probability for this to happen. Because the only way in which price can get here this low based on a single bear moon is that this structure needs to be an impulsive structure to the downside. That, you know, and it's not looking really great as an impulsive structure. That's the problem that I see here at the moment. Remember what I've now just explained in so much detail in this local structure here. Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Where's 5? No 4 and 5. Okay. Now you have 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's out of whack. I can't count this as a nested 1, 2s where it's building up a spring. Price took the high. So nested 1, 2s got invalidated. Diagonal. The only structure that I see as a diagonal is an expanding structure. So you have an expanding structure in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Expanding structures never carries the highest probability unless all other scenarios fail. So after you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, your little fifth wave there, you want to see a corrective structure to the upside and then continuation to the downside. But now you are betting on $57,000 using an expanding structure, which is the rarest expanding structure of all the structures. And it's higher time frame stuff. I would expect to extend, you know, when I consider an expanding structure, it will most probably be on the 5-minute, 1-minute time frame. But to see this on the 1 hour, 4 hour time frame, an expanding structure, I just simply can't give it the highest probability. So I agree with you in terms of, yes, I think based on a bear moon, price could push down. So let me go and figure this out, guys. Let me go and Google it. When is the next bear moon? New moon. Okay, I think it's on the 13th if I'm not mistaken. 12. It's at the 12th. Okay, now what we do is we take a where are you? Vertical line, and we put it on the 12:07 in the morning. That's when the bear moon prints. Okay, cool. So now let's play this out. Let's say price does this, goes back up, bear moon prints, and it starts falling down. Okay, now I'm going to say next new moon, next full moon will be 15 days after, more or less, give or take 15 days from the bear moon. Okay, let's put another line here. Okay, and we make that one green because that is the bull moon. Right, let's just do it more or less 15 days. Which is there. Just drag, just more or less, guys. Just want to play this out. Okay. So what could happen It rejects, falls down, forms a berry structure to the downside, and it bounces back up. Because remember, guys, everything moves in waves, 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 waves. Everything moves in waves, waves. Okay? So it could wavy down here, wavy back up. We don't know what's going to happen, but I mean, to speculate on a bear moon to push price down to 57K, can it happen? Yes. Unfortunately, this structure does not support an impulse to the downside. There's another issue that I just have to point out. On the higher time frame, the 4-hour time frame, okay, can take those lines out. Let's clean up the chart. Guys, it's all based on probabilities at the end of the day, okay? Sorry, I'm not being rude, okay? I'm just trying to explain to you how I see the probabilities of what you are saying playing out, okay? I can see a 5-wave structure to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is bearish. I'm not going to lie. This is bearish. So there is a high probability to take out that low again. But that is my issue. If I take a time fib from the high of the structure, and let me use my magnet and do this exactly from the high to the low of the structure. That high, okay, can you see that high? Let me zoom in. This high was made before the 0.382. Most commonly, more than 75% of the time, after an impulse, whether it's up or down, in this case down, after an impulse to the downside, you want the corrective structure to finish after the minimum requirement. That is not a common requirement. That is not a maximum requirement. That is the minimum requirement. Okay, you want that high or that high to be made after the 0.382. So what does make more sense is for price to form a larger structure finishing after the 0.382, and then we can talk about down. So based on probabilities, that high should be claimed again. If this is an impulse and price is going to continue, you want the high to be formed after the 0.382, and that high was made before the 0.382. And when you go and measure every impulse, you can go and backtest this. From the high to the low, when was that high created? Not where, when. Okay, again, you can say from the high to the low, when was that high created? From the high to the low, when was that high created? Well, I would then say there's a higher probability for that high to get claimed again before the low gets claimed, unless it forms a flat structure. Then I will say if the low does get claimed, okay, because a flat structure can do that. This is now where it's going to become very interesting. Sorry, let me just redo that. I want to take that one out the way. Okay. Flat structure. You have an impulse and price forms an A, B, C to the upside. But it's that is part of the corrective structure in a flat structure. So yes, there's a chance that price could take that low. But then I do not expect a capitulation to the downside. I expect price to claim the low and get acceptance back above. Because then it's part of a flat structure of which it takes the high again and it finishes after the 0.382, and then it can fall down aggressively. If price, and guys, it's always been the probability that I've highlighted on the higher time frames. If worst case scenario, price takes the low, I do not see a high probability for capitulation to the downside, because I can imagine that if price had to get here, people are going to scream for $50,000. People are going to scream for $40,000. You know how bearish people are going to get. They're going to scream for $20,000, for $30,000. Because that high was made before the 0.382, if in the worst case scenario price does fall down and take the lows, I do not expect a capitulation. I expect price to grab the liquidity and turn around. If that high was made there, I would have said, okay, three-wave structure, it can do that. It can capitulate. There's a high probability for price to capitulate. I use technicals to determine probabilities. How often does price finish a correction before the 0.382 and capitulate to the downside? How often out of 100 structures, how many times does that happen? That's how you determine probabilities. Okay. Yeah, it's just that this structure does not support an impulse to the downside. Okay, and price is going to need an impulse to get here. So I can now even go into more detail. Okay, the high finished before the 0.382. What is that? Oh, it looks like a corrective structure. Okay, so if price does take the low, this could form a larger three-wave structure and then bounce back up. Okay, and then it finishes after the 0.382. Okay, and maybe it's going to form that larger WXY that I have been speaking about. Maybe that's your W. Okay, it forms your X and it goes down on a Y. Or, this is now the or, the low is in. And this forms a larger structure to the upside. And now you have your larger three-wave structure. Bear moon prints, then price falls down. That makes sense. It actually makes more sense that if that is the low, for price to move up first before it falls down. That makes more sense. Where's that bear moon? There. Okay, so let's try and play this out. Okay, price moves up first, bear moon prints, then it falls down, but it makes a fresh high. Then I'm going to say yes, if that high gets claimed before or while during the bear moon phase prints, it makes sense to take the low. But it needs to take that high. That makes sense. Remember, the price doesn't immediately fall when the bear moon prints. Price doesn't immediately jump when the bull moon prints. It happens in that time frame. In 15 days, it can happen. Okay, if I switch on the indicator just to show you what I mean. Okay, let's put on the moon indicator here. Okay. This bear moon printed on the 15th of July. Price only started falling on the 15th of July, but a couple of hours later. Okay, so that one played out very nice, that bear moon. It literally printed a couple of hours later, price started falling to the downside. This bull moon printed on the 29th, and price only started moving up on the 1st of July, so a day later. This bear moon, you guys can go and play around, okay? But here you can see, if I zoom in, okay, look at this. Bull moon printed, but price still fell down before it moved up. Bear moon printed, price went up, then down, and continued up. So that bear moon got smacked hard on, got invalidated, because remember, it's an indicator, it's only 74% accurate. So there's going to be 26% of the time that it's just going to get invalidated. Right? This bull moon printed. Nice little momentum, but it first moved down, then it moved up. Okay, so all I'm trying to demonstrate over here is not to say that the bear moon is going to print here and price falls immediately. Price can still do this, move up, the bear moon prints over there, and then it falls down. But generally speaking, when there's a bear moon or a new moon, there's selling pressure, general selling pressure. So price can still move up, grab liquidity, then fall down. Now this to me would make more sense for price to move up first and take the highs, because it can get aggressive, okay? I don't know how this is going to play out, but let's keep track of it. I will discuss it here on the live streams. All I'm trying to highlight is that there's not a high probability for price to capitulate from where it is now, just purely based on the bear moon, because bear and bull moons gets invalidated as well. You have to consider that as well. Look at that. You would expect price to move down. Maybe not immediately, but at some point. and then price took the highs, okay? 60, almost smacked $67,000. Completely invalidated this bear moon. That could happen. What if the bear moon gets invalidated and price continues to go up? So it's all just based, but the moon phase indicator, like I'm highlighting here for you, is 74% accurate. When you go and do back testing on it, it is 74% accurate. Okay, some of them get respected very well, and then some of them, like this bull moon, got completely violated. Okay, completely. What? It just fell. So there will be a couple of those that gets invalidated. Right. Remember, guys, if I do jump into a fresh trade, I do keep the community up to date. I can't always be on YouTube, and when I'm not on YouTube, I spend time inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, if you want access to this tool, there's many ways to get access to this. Well, by signing up with one of my affiliate partners down below, okay, you can make a deposit of $500 into your account, which is your money to trade with. It will unlock the tool for you, and right. That's basically how it works. The fees that you that you pay for your trades, that you would pay anyways, okay, nothing, there's no extra fees. The fees are actually less, especially if you use Bluffin 2-bit, because you get VIP status for a certain duration. You just need to read through the T's and C's. You actually pay less fees. A percentage of those fees goes towards paying for all of these cool things, okay, and I may earn commission based on that, but it's a percentage of your trading fees, basically. Okay, which is small, guys. I mean, if you open up a trade, you pay $1 or $10 to open up the trade. A percentage of that goes towards myself, Andy, the team developing these tools, paying the development people, the support people. Okay. Right. So basically it costs you nothing extra, but it unlocks all these cool things for you. Okay. I spoke to Mindpillar. Okay. Do you think we're going to test the 57K in August? I don't know. I think I've pretty much explained it with the bear moon and bull moon. I'm not saying that the 57K low can't be claimed. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is it would be very strange for price to capitulate based on where that high was made. It would make more sense that if price is going to take these lows, okay, let me rather do this, to do something like this. It makes more sense structurally because of that structure that is formed over there. If price for some reason does do this and takes the lows, I do not expect a capitulation to the downside. What I mean is for everyone's predictions of $30,000, okay, $40,000, I don't expect $40,000. If price moves down here, I'm not expecting $40,000 based on probabilities. I expect price to grab the liquidity and it forms an A, B, C back to the upside. Because this is where people turn mega bearish. This is where people turn mega bullish. I trade against sentiment. When people turn bullish, I look for shorts. When people scream for $40,000, I look for longs. Because based on the structure, it doesn't make sense to capitulate. And it has kept me very profitable. Okay. It has kept me really profitable trading against sentiment. People are so over emotional, especially in the crypto space. Okay, price moves up here, people get super bullish. Price moves down, people get super, like almost over bullish or over bearish. Okay, just trade the local structures. Okay, and that's what I like to say. Just trade the local structures and manage your trades. Leave runners so that you don't have to FOMO into trades. Remember to smash up that like button if you do enjoy the content. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take another 5-minute break and then I'll be back. Okay, I'm going to put my little timer on and then leave you with some music. Just put a couple of fibs here in the way. Can take that level out the way. Let's do 1 hour. Most interesting zone for me for a bounce, just keeping it simple, is the 0.382. Very, very, very interesting level for a bounce. Okay, there's a daily level. Okay, there's a lot of confluence. So just to highlight it over here, this is the zone I'm interested in longing. Basically, it can be a day trade that can turn into a swing trade. I don't know, but it's about managing this trade. Okay, so this is where I'm interested in a long. If price bounces from here, okay, I don't think price is going to get there just now, not now, guys. Okay, there is still an interesting area for a short, which is basically, okay, just keeping it simple, a fib from the high to the low, and this is where I'm looking for the short. Let's do that. This is where I'm looking for the long, that's where I'm looking for the short. Anything in between for me is a no trading zone. Hope that makes sense. And I'm going to have to be patient. I will set my alarms and I will make a trading decision when price gets there. I don't know where price is going to go first, but when it gets there, I can make a trading decision. Okay, so legends, have yourselves a nice little conversation in the chat section. I will do, when I come back, I will do a little bit of, higher time frame analysis on Ethereum. Because Ethereum is in a very interesting structure. I will discuss some analysis on Ethereum and then, yeah, we will continue the conversation over here. Let me do this. Right. Good morning, Devil. Does the $79 per month plan you get access to the Telegram community also unlock the trader version of the CVD tool? No. The CVD tool is a completely different product. So if you pay a monthly subscription for the community, that's for the community. The CVD tool has its own subscription model. And that's why I say, guys, the best thing, okay, to do is to sign up with one of the affiliate exchanges down below, because then you get both. But if you're going to go down the description model, which is fine, some people want to pay subscriptions, you're going to have to pay a monthly subscription for the community, which is $79 per month. And I think it's $69 for the tool, CVD tool, economic calendar, everything that it has to offer, liquidity heat maps, and so forth. Okay. But if you sign up with one of my exchange partners, you deposit $500 into your account, which is your money to trade with, okay, it will unlock both for you. Not forever, okay, not forever. It will unlock it, and then you will receive automated messages based on eligibility going forward. Okay, but basically you trade like you usually do. You don't have to trade for a specific set amount, okay? I have to now trade to keep these things unlocked the whole time. No, guys, just trade like you usually do. I'm not going to force you to trade. You know, trade like you would trade. And those trading fees goes towards keeping these features unlocked for you. So it is better to sign up with one of the affiliate partners down below, because it basically costs you almost nothing. You would have paid those trading fees anyways. Okay, thank you. Many people who paid for a monthly or even a full subscription do not have access to the footprint utility. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's if you do pay, I'm not sure if it's live yet, guys. I just need to confirm with the team. I don't know if the subscription model for the trading tool is live yet. And if it is, if you pay the subscription for the tool, it will unlock all the features. Okay. Default market psychology and mastering trades. Footprint Default CVD is available. Yes. Hi Default, so happy that I got time today to watch you live. Your education is so valuable. Thank you so much, Victoria. Great to see you here in the live stream. Always appreciate the positive vibes. Default hasn't been able to trade for 7 days. Give me a trade. Default hasn't been able. I took a trade within 7 days. I'm not sure if you maybe mean you haven't been able to take a trade. Okay. There's a saying inside of our community that says, plan your trade, execute your plan. If you don't have a plan, you have no business trading. What are you trading if you're not trading a plan? Okay. I will touch a little bit more on that. Guys, I just need to take a little bit of a break. I will see you in 5 minutes.
Letting that glow from a silent screen. Heart beat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I haven't met. I've been down where the doubt lives loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantees, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. Late night glow from a silent screen. Heartbeat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I have. I've been down with it loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantee, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway.
All right. I just want to see where is the likes. Where is the likes? Okay. Let me bring this up back here. Let's check. How many likes do we have? We have 295 likes. If we can get it to 300, let me set a decent target, okay? If we can get it to 340 likes, I will stay on for another half an hour. Okay. If we can get it to 340 likes, I will stay on for another half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Okay. Let's see if we can get that likes up. Ladies and gentlemen, smash it up. Remember, if you do have, while I check if the likes go up, if you do have any subscription related issues or questions, anything from a subscription like Mr. Adarsh, please share the link for the community subscription. If you have any questions, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, okay? And everything will be explained there. If you want a subscription model, if you want to sign up with one of the affiliate partners, there's many ways in which you can get into the community. If you have any questions around the tools, you can send it to my Telegram. Okay. I have a support team that will look after you. If not myself, the support team or the automation bots, okay? Because I can't get to all the messages, but if you have any questions, this is where you can message me. You don't have to ask the question inside of the comment section here on YouTube. You can just send me the word access to my Telegram and everything will be explained there. Okay. Last days I haven't traded, and because of that, access to the tools is blocked. And it turns out that most profitable options is the, yeah, guys, whatever floats your boat. If you want to pay the subscription, okay, or you sign up with one of the affiliate partners down below. Okay, you make a deposit of $500 in your account, which is your money to trade with, your two-factor authentication, your passwords, and if you remain active in that account, the fees goes towards keeping the features unlocked. Some people prefer that because they would have traded anyways. Okay, some people prefer that, and but it's up to you as a trader. Pump up the likes. Yes, if we can get to 500 likes, Deerwold can stay forever. Ooh, I don't know if we'll get to 500 likes. There's not even enough people in the stream at the moment. How many people do we have here in the stream at the moment? Just want to check. Okay, it says 311, 312. It jumps around between 300. Let's just say 303, 350. Stay here forever, right? Stay here forever. Okay, so price is not an area of interest just as yet, you know, and that's the game about trading, is the community knows as well. Okay, it's when I have a plan. When I have a plan for a short and I have a plan for a long, it's a game of patience at the end of the day. It really is a game of patience. And what happened to me when I started learning how to trade, whenever I tried to trade everything in between, that's where I would bleed out my account. You take a couple of small losses, you take more losses, and eventually when price gets to an area of interest, you're like, okay, now I'm interested in the trade. Okay, you're like, damn, I lost so much money trading something that didn't make sense to me. I had no business trading in there, but I was bored. I wanted to trade. I wanted to force some trades in there. I wanted to long. I wanted to short. It looked like it wanted to do this. But then when price gets to an area of interest, okay, that's where I talk about capital preservation. You need to preserve your capital to trade from your areas of interest, not trade to your areas of interest. Okay, that's where most traders stuff up, is that they try and trade to their areas of interest and not from the area of interest. The best short here was the weekly level. And if you missed the short, then Okay, if you missed the short from the weekly area, from the weekly level, the value area high, maybe you got lucky enough, you got in at the retracements, okay, because you paid attention, you looked at your Fibonacci levels, you were paying attention to bearish CVD, and you just had a little bit of a bigger stop loss to contend with. I cannot long that, and I cannot short that based on my trading strategies. I have no business trading that unless price gets to an area of interest. Then I get interested in a trade. Yes, I can stuff around on the smaller time frames, guys, but you know, scalping is a dangerous game if you don't know what you are doing. Okay, there's a nice little breakout over there. So if you wanted to scalp, okay, well, there's also no trade to be taken at the moment. So if you want to stuff around on the smaller time frames, there was the breakout. And now price is hitting resistance. And this is why I can't long now. Price is now hitting resistance, or it's about to hit resistance, already hitting the underbelly resistance. So I cannot do this. I can't enter along there, target the highs with my stop loss below the low, because the risk reward doesn't make sense. I have to follow my rules. I had to catch it there. And if I can't catch it there and where price is now, then there's no trade for me. So I can't force a trade for the sake of trading. Okay, sometimes a week will go past and I'll place one trade or no trade at all, but it's okay. Because when price gets to my area of interest, that's when I'm going to execute with perfection and great risk management. Okay, well, there's just nothing for me to do over here, okay? Shorts actually looks more interesting based on this local zone. It literally just rejected at the 0.5. So if I was scalping the smaller time frames here on the 1 minute, and this is crazy insane stuff, okay, I could have attempted an SFP from the 0.5 because I have a line in which I can execute that strategy. Stop goes above the high, okay, that's basically your trade, right? You enter the stop goes above the high. It's a 0.021% stop loss. It is tiny. Okay, it's a tiny stop loss. And maybe you're now targeting support here to the downside. So it's a 11.91 risk to reward. Now that's a trade worth taking. Okay. But yeah, the long is missed. Shorts now look more interesting. Right, but these are the type of trades that I will take inside of the private live streams when I see a high probability trade. Okay. I just want to clean up the kitchen, as I like to say. Okay. Market structure is still intact for the bulls. Market structure is still intact. Okay. The trend has been lost, but market structure takes priority. You guys can see that the trend has been lost, but the market structure is still intact. That is the low that needs to be claimed for the bears. Price is still forming higher highs and higher lows. Higher high, higher low, and that is still a higher low, even though the trend has been lost. Best short was the weekly level, okay, or the break. If you played the break of this trend over here, and that would have basically been your trading setup. You play the break, stop goes above the high, and you are targeting lower levels. Okay, so if price comes back, now that becomes an interesting short because you're playing the back test of the trend. Which basically, what I like about the back test is it gives you a better entry. Okay, let's do a little bit of Ethereum analysis over here. So what I want to do is I want to clean up this chart. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. This is the index chart. Yes, this is the index chart. I want to go to the weekly time frame. Let's put it on log. Now, I just want to do a little bit of higher time frame analysis here. Okay. I think there is a chart where I've done like super bullish scenarios. And so just want to see something here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is a super bullish scenario. Oops, I need to... Oh. Let's make that the primary. I do have the scenario already done in a folder, but I can't find it. I can't find it, so I have to kind of wangle it over here. Okay, so you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside the third wave. So basically, if you zoom into that structure, you can count 1, 2, okay, and then you need 5 waves inside of the third wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a correction in a fall, which was basically bear markets, okay, bear market, bear market, bear market, and then price formed its last 5 wave structure here to the upside, which I can label a wave 1. Now this entire impulse needs to correct itself, okay. Now this is where it becomes interesting, and this could explain why ETH was in such a boring price action range during the previous bull cycle of Bitcoin, is because it was correcting this entire impulse. From a timing perspective, oh wait, I need to just do a quick time fib from the low to the high. Yeah, it would make sense for ETH to take that low again at $890. Ish, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Okay. But it makes sense from a timing perspective because, and I know this is where things get confusing, guys. I know it gets a little bit confusing. The low doesn't necessarily mean, okay, that it has to form a new low after the 0.382, because all of this can be part of a corrective structure in a WXY, where the corrective structure at least needs to finish after the 0.382, but it doesn't necessarily have to take the low, because in a WXY corrective structure you could have a WXY where Y does not take the low of the structure. Okay, but it would make sense for me why ETH, for example, has been taking its time. And yeah, no, just a disclaimer, guys, this is just one scenario on ETH. Okay, I'm just discussing the bullish scenario. A, B, C, X. Y. Okay, this is what I mean. So I have a three-wave structure in W. I have a complex corrective structure in X. Okay, this could be an A, three-wave B. You have your A, and then your C to the upside to complete an A, B, C, and an X. Corrective structure. And an interesting thing about a W, X, Y is that Y does not have to claim the low of W. So it makes these corrective structures very complex, because from a timing perspective, people would expect $800 to be claimed again. But it doesn't have to in a WXY. So what could happen is the following. Y can form a triangle. Okay, and finish over here. Basically what happens is A, B, C, D, E, and it pops. Okay. Or it forms a flat. Considering the length and the time it took to form W, Y could be a little bit shorter in time, where Y basically forms an A, B, C. Now that would be absolutely crazy if that had to happen. Bull market is back. ETH is rampaging to the upside. Okay. Oh crap, what happened? It's falling, it's falling, it's falling. Correction is done in a WXY, and then the bull market starts and ETH goes and smacks levels that we've only dreamt about. So just a little bit of higher time frame analysis in terms of what could play out here on ETH. And I must say this local move here to the upside does look like a 5-wave structure. So I think there's a higher probability for ETH to continue momentum to the upside, not from where it is. Remember guys, this is the weekly time frame. Okay, it can still fall and then it can go up, and then it can fall and then it can go up. Okay, it's not to say that it has to pump from where it is at the moment. But I think there's a high chance that this Y is not finished in this scenario. And maybe every time I do a long live stream like this, I will share with you a different scenario that I see on the weekly time frame. And there's time, guys. The weekly time frame takes forever to play out. Okay, and then we can try and figure out, well, which one carries the highest probability. Okay. But in this scenario, 3-wave structure W, complex corrective structure in an X, this can't be this can't be it. Okay, or ETH just forms a normal zigzag to the downside. It doesn't have to do a B flat. Okay, so it basically does this. This is an A, it forms a B, and it does a C. Y is done. It can do that as well. Takes the lows, which would align with the analysis on Bitcoin as well. Okay, so I think there is still room for up here on the price of Ethereum before it takes the lows. And it's also got to do with the local structure. If I go into the 1 hour time frame, okay, it looks really nice as an impulsive structure here to the upside, which means that ETH can get a little bit more of upwards momentum. Sorry, I need the 4 hour. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, let's see how this unfolds. I have done lower time frame analysis here on ETH just to basically paint out this structure as well. Okay, that could be your 5-wave move up. Whether you want to put one there, it doesn't really matter. But I can see a 5-wave structure to the upside, which means that this can correct itself and bounce back up and form a larger three-wave structure. Right. Bitcoin is still getting the momentum here to the downside. Let's go through some comments. Welcome to the community. Thanks for joining, man. Welcome. Dear, so I subscribed via the link. 7 days have passed and all access is closed. Do I have to make a new account every 7 days? No, you don't have to make a new account every 7 days, but if you remain active in the account, okay, remember guys, the fees that you pay towards when you open up a trade, that goes towards, not all of it, a percentage of the fees that you pay when you open up a trade unlocks the features. So if you stop trading, for example, and you only have your minimum deposit, it will close the features because that's what pays for the monthly subscription. Your $79 for the community and your $69 for the free tools and stuff like that. Okay, you can either pay that or you can stay active inside of your account to keep those features unlocked. Okay, it's up to you as a trader. Not forcing you to take any trades. Okay, if you prefer, pay the subscription. What about a double top at the weekly level for a short? Yes, I am considering a short. Yeah, no, not anymore. KJ Trading, I know you're also inside of the community, because price invalidated the scenario that I shared this morning in the community. I actually deleted it. Remember the scenario that I shared this morning in the community? Do I still have? Here we go. Where was it? This one? For some reason, it doesn't want to open it. I can't even zoom in. But that scenario that I shared where I said price is basically going to sweep, I will consider a short if price sweeps the highs, that scenario over there, which is basically that ending diagonal. Okay, where I wanted to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It got invalidated. There's no more contracting. So I will not consider a double top from the weekly level anymore because this retracement is too deep now. It invalidated the ending diagonal. What looks more probable at the moment is that if price gets a bounce at my first area of confluence, 0.382. Okay, let me explain why this is such a interesting level. You might be saying, Devils, it's just a 382, it's just a Fibonacci level. What makes it so interesting? So the first thing is usually what I have seen during my back testing, and you can go and do this by yourself as well. When you take a fib from the low to the high of the structure, usually, most often, when the 0.382 is tapped, there's a nice reaction off of that level. Whether it does that and continues down, or whether it's the bounce that takes price higher, I don't know. But it's usually a very interesting level because it's the first major Fibonacci level, and it usually gets a reaction. Most of the time, not always. Okay? That's the first reason I'm keeping an eye on that level. Second reason is there's a daily level. So now it adds a little bit of confluence. There's a daily level, so I know it's a strong area of support. Okay. It's also the higher low that the bulls are going to try and defend. So it could come down, sweep it, and price still forms a higher low. So I know that the bulls are going to try and defend this level like crazy. They want to keep market structure intact, and that's the low that the bears needs to claim. Okay, so it could get the bounce over there, and I don't know if it's going to do that, or I don't know if it's just going to do that, but it's a nice trade that I will definitely consider, and depending on how I manage the trade, I will leave a runner for if it wants to do that. Okay. Now I can get a little bit more creative and I can look at this entire structure. I know that there's a lot of volume at that level. Okay, if I take a fixed range volume profile for this entire range, it's also the point of control. So this entire range that Bitcoin finds itself in has confluence, okay? Because as you remember, for the bulls, to maintain momentum to the upside, you really want the bounce to happen at the point of control and for price not to lose the point of control, because usually when price loses the point of control of the range after rejecting from the value area high, it comes down to the value area low. So the bulls need to defend this level. So you can see there's a lot of confluence building at this zone over here. That is the reason I will consider a long over here. And if price does bounce over here successfully, there's a good chance it's going to continue. And this is why I will not consider a double top. Okay, unless, okay, wait. I'm seeing something else. Okay, I'm swallowing my tongue. I'm seeing something else. Unless price does this. Yeah, I will consider a double top at the weekly. You're quite right. Unless price does this. Because then it's a flat corrective structure for this impulse that ended over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. However you want to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It forms a three-wave structure in an A. A three-wave structure in a B flat, claims the liquidity above, and rejects in a 5-wave structure in a C wave. Then it gets the bounce back to the upside. So yes, I will consider a double top if price still bounces here. You're quite right. What I was trying to get to is to say that, well, if this is the top, price forms a corrective structure, it could bounce for much higher. And this is why I don't really want to consider a double top, but I have to consider the fact that that could be the top. And this is not the high of the structure. And then this is a 3-wave structure down. Okay, 3-wave structure in a B flat and a 5-wave structure in a C. So yes, I will still consider a double top. Maybe an SFP from those highs, that would look great. Okay, because I don't want to say something and then eat my words. It rejects at the weekly level again, and then people are like, but Dewald, you said it's not going to reject there. It's still a valid area to keep in mind, definitely, because it can form a flat corrective structure that grabs the liquidity. It looks bullish, but it falls down again. So I'm changing my tune. Okay. Does this move down look 5 wavy? No, not at the moment. For the moment, based on current price action, it's not a 5-wave move yet. But it can still form a 5-wave move. So if I go to the 15-minute time frame, this is what I was looking at now when I went quiet. Is that a 5-wave structure to the downside? Okay, so if this is, I can see a 5-wave move there. That I know is a 5-wave move. It can be counted as a 5-wave move. Corrective structure to the upside, great. But now you have a move down. Okay, so you can say 1, you can say 2, and you have a move down. You can label it 3. So you still need a 4 and you still need a 5. For the moment, this is a 3-wave structure. So if it does continue to the upside, it will most probably eat the high, because for the moment, it's a 3-wave structure. But it still has room to develop a 5-wave structure to the downside. So I can only do analysis based on current price action. Based on current price action, this is a 3-wave structure. That's a 3-wave. There's no 5-wave structure there. Okay. Inside of that structure, 3, 4, 5. It can still form a 5-wave structure, but it's going to look like it's a... Anyways, it's too fresh. It's too fresh, but for the moment, it actually counts better as a 3-wave structure. Okay. No, so to answer your question, I can't see a 5-wave structure yet. Oh, what a beautiful SFP. For the SFP experts out there, if you paid attention, I mean, look at that. Beautiful SFP from that little pivot. Because remember, it's not just weekly, daily levels that that can be considered for SFPs. These little pivot highs and lows, okay, you can execute them from a swing failure perspective as well. Look at that. Dips below, it gets acceptance back above, you execute the trade, you know where to put your stop loss, and you take profits on the way up. I mean, a beautiful swing failure pattern from that pivot. Yeah, it's just not at a zone where I want to take the trade. I like the daily and the 0.382 a little bit further down. Remember, something that I'm spotting over here is that if this can be the high, okay, this can be the high of the structure, and all of this is part of a corrective structure in a WXY. So price can form, okay, a W, a X, and it's now a Y here to the downside. A, B, and now this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that it needs to form to the downside. Correction done. And then it zoop, turns around and it shoots back to the upside. Market structure is still intact. I will keep the community up to date. Even after this live stream, okay, when I'm not on YouTube, I will keep the community up to date. If I do spot something else, maybe I enter a fresh trade, I will let the community know. And if you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Okay. Trades since the 1st of July, still great. Okay. I haven't taken any new trades just as yet. The last trade I took was on Friday. And that's still the long that I'm in on my 2-bit account. And this trade I took inside of a private live stream inside of the community. So I want price to push up higher so I can make more money from this. So can you guys see I'm not biased in one direction? I'm not bearish because I want to be bearish. I am positioned long. I want price to move up, but I have to always consider the bearish case scenarios as well. I missed the short. I am still in a short on my Bluffin account, but you know, I would like to get into a fresh short. So if price does move up, then I will consider the double top like what that was just highlighted and spoken about, but I do like that 0.786 level as well. When I take a fib from the high to the low, just keeping it simple, 0.786. Okay. Remember, I can only do analysis based on current price action. So as price develops and I see something new, I will update the community. But man, guys, we've been talking about that level for so long. Weekly level, value area high, got the rejection. I was sleeping. It is what it is. Okay. Often what happens is when I miss a trade, I'm like, okay, well, I'll just stay out of it then. I'll wait for the next trading opportunity. Okay. I don't have to trade every single opportunity. Cash preservation is just as good as trading because at least I am preserving my cash for the next high probable trade that I want to take. Remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. I think there's also naked point of control. If you do enjoy the content, naked point of control is further down. That's at the 0.5 if I'm not mistaken. When I take a fib from the high to the low, it's at the 0.5. From the low to the high of the structure, yeah, naked point of control is at the 0.5. Weekly level, daily level, both a weekly and a daily level at the golden pocket. that's going to be interesting because price is going to be below the point of control. I mean, it can turn into a scalp. It can turn into a day trade that could turn into a swing trade. Because if I ignore the range, the golden pocket is usually very well respected. So you have the low and the high of the structure. If price does whatever it wants to do and it gets here, I will be paying attention for a long, because it's also the retest of the trend. Okay, it's the retest of the trend. So definitely a long, interesting long opportunity, especially if price forms a little bit of a bullish pennant over here. So let's say price does something like this. Okay, let me just take the scribble out the way. These are my favorite breakouts to play from a D-line perspective. Usually if I miss the breakout from the trend and price starts falling down, okay, and it does this, that breakout becomes very interesting because it's forming a bullish pennant to the downside, and it's staying above trend. That's a bullish sign. So you could be your impulse, your correction, and then your breakout for continuation. I will obviously keep the community up to date. There's still a lot that needs to happen here, okay, before this breakout will be considered. It's not going to happen today, I can tell you that much. It needs more time. Also, if this is the end, so in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can count a 5-wave structure there, by the way, guys. That can be the end of a 5-wave structure, which can be a wave 1 or a wave A. Because that local move I can count as a 5-wave structure to the upside. If I go to the 5-minute time frame, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count a 5-wave structure there. So it can be the end of something. And now price is starting to correct itself. I don't know what it's going to form. Corrective structures can become extremely complex. It's just about having your levels ready for that long or that short. And I will keep the community up to date because it's not always easy, okay? And I know we have some great technical analysts inside of the community as well. We've got great Elliott wave counters. We have great traders inside of the community. And I can't always be on YouTube. So if price respects this channel that is potentially forming over here, whatever it does inside of this channel, yes, there will be scalps along the way. There will be some trades along the way. But that could look interesting, okay? That could look very interesting. I don't know how steep it's going to be, okay? Maybe it doesn't form a bullish pennant. Maybe it just does something else, but I will keep the community up to date. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instruction. There's my Telegram. Send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, let's go through some more comments. Tom, I hope I've answered your question. Okay. At the 0.38, will it be considered break of market structure? No. Well, yes. Yes, and... okay. Maybe let me explain it like this way. Let me explain it like this. Okay, I'm just looking for... Let me just clean up the kitchen over here. What is more important, okay, you have a structure as a 5-wave structure to the upside. Okay, let me switch on the lines. Okay, so that's your impulse to the upside. Right, obviously it doesn't look at price action most probably looks more something like this, okay? Looks something like this, but you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the upside. So where it becomes confusing is that each impulse has to correct itself. So you have your trend. Let me grab the trend. And maybe you've been tracking this trend here to the upside. So let's do it like this. Okay, let's do it like that. Ka-ching, it did that. And now people are looking at the structure and they're like, okay, low, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low. Or if price takes that low, it's most probably going to take the low. That's the immediate thought that people are thinking, because you're breaking market structure. If price comes down, it breaks market structure. But remember, this impulse has to correct itself. So what it does, just a little bit of education, it forms a corrective structure. And the simplest corrective structure is an A grabs the low, forms a B, it makes the low a high, and it falls down in a C. Okay, so it does that. Now you're like, okay, market structure has been changed. Let me look for shorts, and maybe it retests this trend over here. So you look for the short in the right place. You're like, damn, stop goes above the high. It falls down, but now for some traders, they like, it has to take the low because it changed market structure. It has to take the low, not realizing that this impulse is actually correcting itself in A, B, C, and then it continues back to the upside. So all the structure did is it corrected this impulse. It looked like market structure was lost, but it's part of a corrective structure that corrected the impulse. So that's how it becomes confusing. But there is money to be made, because if market structure is lost and you do place the short, you can make money with that move. You just have to pay yourself. As soon as price starts eating or bouncing at support, TP1, okay, there's a consolidation area, price got choppy over here, so there's a resistance area over there or a support area over there, TP2. The problem that most traders make is that they do not take profits, and they do not take profits, and they expect the low to get claimed, and price bounces and stops them out. So this whole thing that I've just explained over here is about taking profits. It's about when you are in a short, pay yourself. When you are in a long, pay yourself, because you never know what the structure is going to do next. So if I bring this back to the current price action, and I can take this out the way, we go back to the current price action. This is now what I'm trying to explain over here. Okay, this could be your impulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That could be an impulse, and now it corrects itself. It looks like it's losing market structure, and then it bounces. Look for areas of support. Look for longs at support. Look for shorts at resistance. Pay yourself. As it, guys, I always pay myself. I mean, many of you saw me take this trade. Many of you saw me because I did it live inside of YouTube. You saw how I was paying myself, de-risking the position, because you never know what's going to happen next. This trade was taken on Saturday, but shared again in Monday inside of the community. As price was pushing up here, I paid myself. It was a profitable trade long before it got here to the highs. Because I've learned in this game that when I take a trade at an area that makes sense, I pay myself, because you never know what's going to happen next. And that's what keeps me profitable. And you'll see here on my dash, on my journal, some trades are small. But if I didn't pay myself, they would have been losses or break-evens. But because I paid myself, I can scratch a little bit of dollars from the market every single time. And when I'm wrong, I can even be stopped out with profits. And that is just my style of trading that I'm sharing. I hope that makes sense. A little bit of an education session over here. I hope I didn't bore everyone, but I think it's important to know how structures work. Okay. This is insane. How much do you see and can draw on charts? You're a real Picasso. Much love, our artist. Olivier, always great to see you here in the stream. Thanks for the comment, man. Great. Thanks, Devil. Absolute pleasure. Yes, thank you, Devil. Can you do ETH, please? Big drop right now. I was expecting ETH to get a drop, guys. I mean, as per the analysis that I did last week and now today, I just want to go back here to the regular scale. Okay. I'm going to have to do a big cleanup here on ETH. But what I was saying here on the price of Ethereum is that when I take time from the low to the high, okay, that low, just to keep it simple, that low was made too soon. So when I did the analysis on ETH last week, I saw how beautifully it's a cleaner structure than the Bitcoin structure. It's a way cleaner. It's easier to count from an Elliott wave perspective. So let me just say, from an Elliott wave perspective, ETH is a lot cleaner to analyze. Okay. And from a timing perspective, that low was made too soon. It's too soon for this. It's too small, guys. This correction is too small for this massive impulse from a time perspective. So I would expect price to make a new low after the 0.382. And once that low is claimed, then I get interested in longs on Ethereum. But it was also based on this local structure that formed here on the, I think it was the 15-minute or 1 hour time frame. Let me just check here. Do you guys remember what I discussed here? It actually played out very nicely the way. Okay, you guys can go and rewatch that live stream. It was that. Okay. I said it looks like ETH is forming a 1, 2, 3, 4. Price was here when I did the analysis. Price was here. And I said it would be nice for ETH to make another high. Complete the 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Complete the 5-wave structure. Ending diagonal. Maybe this is a, this is a an A. WX, W. This could also be a WX and a ABC and a Y. Anyways, complete the structure to the upside. Ending diagonal. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how I analyzed it, and then get the drop. It would be nice. Also, the value area high, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember what I discussed last week. Okay, it was also the value area high. I said look for rejection in that zone. If I'm not mistaken. Let's do this. I can't remember from where I took it. But I will go and rewatch that live stream. But it was basically this little local structure that formed here. Anyways, it looks like it didn't get there quite as yet. I have an alarm going off. It's most probably the... Okay. Almost got to the value area high. But anyways, I was looking for something to end. As per the analysis last week, for those of you that did check out the live stream when I did the ETH analysis, I said I would expect ETH to top out right there. And then start falling to the downside. ETH is now at the point of control, so maybe there's going to be a little bit of a bounce. Okay, and now the question is, okay, is this going to be an A? And this is a B. It goes back up for a C, and then it falls to the downside, and then you have an A, B, C. I don't know. Okay, but I'm not interested to long anything unless ETH claims that low again on ETH. Okay, can it get a bounce here? Yeah, I would expect a little bit of a reaction here. Okay, maybe it's going to dip a little bit and pull back, but it's at the point of control, which is a high volume node. So there's a chance for ETH to get a little bit of a reactionary bounce over here. Okay, so where ETH is right now, it does look interesting for longs. Not going to be easy long unless you can play SFPs. Okay, I don't particularly like SFPs on ETH or any altcoin because they are not as pretty as on Bitcoin. That's why I do most of my trading on Bitcoin, because Bitcoin respects SFP strategies better. Okay, but you can see it's now tapping support. This is support. Look at the price action. That is support. So it's now dipping into support, and volume, average volume is actually increasing. So scrap that. Right. I want to see something else. $1.618, 2 extension, golden pocket. This looks like an interesting area for ETH to get a little bit of a bounce. That. It's the 0.618 when I take a fib from the low to the high. And from a corrective perspective, it's the 2 extension, which usually gets a reaction. It kind of smashed through the 1.618 over there. I don't really day trade altcoins. I mainly trade Bitcoin, as you can see here on my journal. Okay, BTC, 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 Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Because guys, for me, I don't have to trade anything else. I'm making money on Bitcoin. Why do I have to trade anything else? I don't have to. Okay. I do the reason I'm doing a lot of analysis here on ETH the last couple of days is because the structure looks very interesting. So I am interested in a swing trade on ETH, not in a day trade. But it's not ready yet for the swing trade. For me, based on my analysis, ETH is not ready for the swing trade. When it does become ready for the swing trade, I will let the community know and I will enter the swing trade and I'll share that with the community. Okay, big drop. Yes, I actually spoke about, I was expecting Patrick. I was actually expecting this drop. After that high was made, I was expecting the drop based on the analysis I did last week on Ethereum. But I must say, I'm way more interested in the long than I am in any shorts here at the moment on Ethereum because the structure looks really interesting. Okay. Don, you trade with 20x. What kind of size trades do you usually place? Sorry for being nosy. Don, are you talking to me? I'm not sure if you're talking to me or to someone else here in the community. Rich. Maybe he gives us numbers, but I saw like 1 million per trade. So you can very easily take profit to cover fees and protect trade. Still let it much. Yes. On average, my position sizes are around about that number. It can go up to 3 bar. From a position size perspective, and then yeah, that's you on my Bluffin account. I must say on 2bit on Friday, I was a bit higher than that. Okay. Anyways, I was a bit naughty on 2bit on Friday, but I very quickly realized my mistake and de-risked the position. Okay. Pretty impulse. Yeah. Okay, what is Bitcoin doing here at the moment? Nice little drop here to the downside. Okay, now Bitcoin is approaching an area of interest. So let's see, we have the daily level. So this could be a potential day trade. It has SFP the daily level, but I would like for the 0.382 to be smacked as well. My preference is for the daily and the 0.382 to be smacked. But I mean, guys, that is a valid SFP. Okay, you trade the reaction, and I'm sure the community members, you guys are paying attention. That's most probably the alarm that went off over here, if I'm not mistaken. Valid SFP from the daily level. I would prefer for price to come down and grab both levels. That's my preference. For me to consider a long, I'm already positioned long. So for me to consider another long, I'm picky about what I want. I want both levels to get smacked. And if it doesn't, I don't take the trade. Okay, but that is, for the moment, a valid SFP. Okay, because that's typically how I would trade it. I mean, it dips below, it pulls back above. The trade, where it is right now, let's try and work this out, is already a 3 risk to reward. If you nailed that entry, even if you were a little bit late, it should be a profitable trade. Okay, obviously you leave a runner for higher levels. If it comes back down, it should not turn into a losing trade. Worst case scenario, you should lose peanuts. Okay, because this is unfortunately how SFPs gets executed, and you need to be sniper about them. You can't enter here and expect a successful SFP because you're going to get smacked with a loss. Okay, you're going to get smacked with a high probability, you're going to get smacked with a loss. You need to be with SFPs, you have to get them close enough. It doesn't have to be the exact level, but usually you guys have seen how I trade the SFPs on the daily levels. It's close enough to make the risk to reward worth it, so I can pay my fees, pay my stop loss. If I don't want to pay my stop loss, I can de-risk the position. Okay, it just depends on what you want to do as a technical trader, but definitely a valid SFP from the daily level. I want to see what CVD is doing. Let's go to the 3-minute time frame. Okay, you can see how Berry CVD kept on pushing price to the downside, and that's why I think there's still a chance for that 0.382 level to get smacked, because look at the Berry CVD. Every time price bounces, there's Berry CVD. Price falls, it bounces, now there's again Berry CVD forming. The target is the low. So if it smacks the low again and gets acceptance back above, more specifically claims the 0.382, I want to see this before I will consider the trade. So I'm happy to miss this long because I didn't get it where I wanted it. Okay, but if it does the following, if it does this, I will be interested, because then the bully CVD, the Berry CVD played out and it showing me strength above the level. Okay, I will even consider the 0.382 as an SFP line so I can get a better entry. Actually, I want to put an alarm here. Then I will consider the long. But still, I'm not sure, guys, about your fees, your position size, your VIP status. Everything plays a role in how you trade. Okay, and depending on how you entered this SFP, because I saw some of you took this SFP. Depending on how you entered this SFP, this should be a profitable trade. At least a break-even trade. Okay, depending on how you manage your fees, your position, and so forth. Okay, remember that Bluffin does have 30% discount on trading fees for new people that sign up. 2bit upgrades you to VIP status 1, which for 30 days, so you get discount on your trading fees for 30 days for new people that's signing up. Okay, they also have that competition that I'm getting ready for. It's gonna, go and check that out. The competition that they've got ready or warming up to. Okay, Kraken, weeks. Okay, right. So the exchanges that I have here down in the description, some of them do give you discount on trading fees. Okay, let's see. If price takes that low again and I see what I like, I might... Oh, God. I don't have an exchange open here yet. You see. Where's my... Okay, so I got stopped out of the long from Friday, guys. I got stopped out of the long. So I can take this trade on 2bit. I would love that 0.382 to be claimed. Just want to see, did I smack it on correctly? I want to just quickly do the magnet. You know how much I love myself a magnet. Okay. Come on, just claim that damn level. It is getting the reaction that I like to see. Okay, it's just not smacking my level. Oh, guys, it has to smack my level. I can have an attempt over here, but I'm going to be patient for this one. I'm not going to take it until it smacks my level. And if it runs away, then it is what it is. I just want to see something here. So I have now officially cashed out on my long position. I am out of my long position. I don't know where to find the P&L to show everyone, but it's basically I got stopped out with, I'll wait for that alarm. I basically now got stopped out with this profits. Okay, so I'm going to close it now. This trade is now closed. Nice little successful trade to the upside. I left a runner and I got stopped out. Okay. Now my alarm is going off. Come on, smack that level. Smack it. Get acceptance back above. And then I will execute the trade. First area of interest, 0.382. Volume is still increasing. I just want to see something else here. Ka-ching. It's also the 1.382. Okay, I am going to nibble at a small little position over here. And I'm going to give my stop loss a little bit of breathing room. I am happy with a 0.15% loss. Okay. Sometimes, you know, guys, and you know, this is part of the education that I share inside of the community. There's a couple of ways in which this can be traded. Okay, let me just get rid of this alarm. I don't need that anymore. So you could play, and I do, you know, I do both ways. I can enter over here with my stop there. It stops me out, I re-enter. It stops me out, I re-enter. That's the persistent me that can get in and out multiple times. Or, this is how Andy also likes to trade it. This is more Andy style as well. Andy will say, okay, I don't want to re-enter. I am prepared to lose 1% of my portfolio for this trade. Okay, so you enter. You're targeting areas above, okay, and you give your stop loss room depending on how much you want to risk for this trade. So if you want to risk 1% for this trade, so let's say I took 100% of my capital, okay, at 4x leverage, just to give you an example. So I'm trading with $400,000 for this position. My stop loss is 0.25% away, okay? And I only want to risk 1% for this trade. I don't want to lose more than 1% for this trade. Then that is where my stop loss needs to be. So you could do it this way as well, is to say that I'm prepared to lose X percentage. That is where I'm putting my stop loss. I don't want to enter, re-enter, because there's the persistent way that I like to do when I'm not on a live stream. I like to play it that way. But if I want to be a little bit more lazy, this is the way that I will trade it. To say that I am prepared for the stop loss. I want to risk so much for this trade. That's a little bit too much. Okay, because that's almost at the next level. If I want to just go in with 100% of my capital at 1x leverage, which means I'm going to lose 1%. Okay, so there's no easy answer to this. It depends on what you want to risk for this trade. Okay, now it's getting above the daily level. Okay, I took it a little bit lower so that I have a better entry. So now I'm going to take a little bit of profits and move my stop loss to below that wick. Now I'm de-risking the position and I'm taking a little bit of profits to cover my fees, and I just want to see if I have enough to cover my stop loss as well. Okay, ka-ching, ka-ching. There we go. So it's a free trade for me. I'm going to lose, well, basically a free trade. I'm going to lose $10 with this trade because I've covered my fees and I've covered my SL. So it's almost a break-even trade. If price turns around and stops me out, I'll lose $10. And I did use 27% of my position just to de-risk the position. because that's what I'm focused on at the moment. It's not about how much money I'm going to make. It's about how little can I lose. So I've done that. Price is above my daily and the 0.382 that I want. Remember, guys, when I did this analysis, I told everyone I want both levels to get tapped. That was my plan. So yes, that was a valid SFP, but now my plan is in action. I want both levels to get tapped. Price gets above the daily, great. But if I can get a better entry playing this line as an SFP, better. Because now, if I'm wrong, okay, I will lose $10. Position panel. Guys, I just want to take a little bit more to cover that $10 as well. I mean, I don't like to lose anything, right? Okay, there we go. $10 is also covered. Right, there we go. I just took another 10%. Okay. And finally, we got a little bit of a trade going over here. If I get stopped out and price is below my area of interest, I'm not interested to re-enter unless price gets back above my area of interest. The name of the game for me is how little can I lose. So the only thing that I'm focused on is de-risking my position, and then I can relax. So how many times can I turn this into a free trade at an area of interest? That is the name of the game for me. Nice little reaction from the daily level. 0.382 has been tapped. Usually, and I know the bulls are going to defend this low. The bulls are going to defend this low. Okay. They're going to defend this low. So there's a chance, okay? There's a chance for a higher low over here. Very slim, but there's a chance for a higher low. And this is the zone to do it, okay? To speculate on a higher low, this is the zone to do it. Let me know with a 1 if you did attempt a long over here. 2 if you're not trading this. Let me know in the comment section. Finally, I've been live for almost 4 hours waiting for this trade. Finally. One, two, 1, 1, 2, 2. Nothing wrong, guys, by the way. Nothing wrong with not taking a trade. These SFPs, okay, take experience. Okay, if price falls down and stops me out, I lose nothing. I can have multiple attempts in a day and lose nothing and get stopped out at break even at areas of interest. Well done to those that did take the trade. I'm not sure what process you follow, but you can see that I've spent a lot of my position size making sure that it's a free trade. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1. 3 still in the short. 3 still in the short. I mean, yeah, if you any short here from the weekly level, great. I mean, but yeah, no, this is for me is a long attempt. Okay. Short from 65 to 66, 65 to 66. Oh, you're in from a little bit higher. Great, great. Because I mean, this can still fall to the downside. Volume is still increasing, which is not looking great for this long. Okay, and this is why, you guys, if you longing a falling knife, yeah, it comes with experience to do this properly. This is my area of interest, and I have no business trading below my area of interest unless price dips below, gets acceptance back above. But well done to those that did take the trade. If you are in profits, if not, okay, guys, I mean, I can't tell you how you need to trade. I can simply share with you how I trade. Okay, this is how I trade. I spent a lot of my position size managing my risk, de-risking my position, covering my fees, covering my stop loss, and then I let the rest ride. Okay, and that's what makes me the money. But my focus is on my risk management. too. Me too, schlong. I wait for point of control from Feb range to be hit on buy, but okay, just follow your plan. That's what I like to say, guys. Just follow your plan. If I am trading something, and this is what I tell the community as well, sometimes I will share with the community a trade that I'm taking, and then some people will say, Devil, I don't agree with you. Okay. And I was like, well, you don't have to agree with me. Okay. I'm just sharing with you what I am trading. If it doesn't agree with your plan, don't take the trade. It's as simple as that. Because I'm not always right. And if I get stopped out, make no mistake, I'm managing my risk. If I get stopped out, you can see that when I get stopped out, I don't take big losses. But when I win, I make big wins. And this is what keeps me profitable as a trader. Okay? This is a free trade for me here at the moment. If I get stopped out, it is what it is. I'm not losing cash. Devil, where did you enter? Right there, right there at 64,271. That's where I entered, just below the daily level. If I get stopped out, no loss for me. I've already covered my fees, covered my SL. Yeah, I don't want that 15-minute candle. It's still got 11 minutes to go. I don't want that 15-minute candle to close below the daily. If it does, I'll jump to the 1 hour time frame. It's still a high amount of volume. Okay, if this level does not hold, that's why I'm saying, guys, I can have multiple attempts and not lose cash. Okay, I think I just got stopped out. Yes, I'm stopped out. Okay, I'm stopped out of the trade. If price gets acceptance back above, I repeat the whole process. But I didn't, most importantly, I did not lose any money with this trade. So next level, if this area does not hold, naked point of control, 0.5. Okay, but I do think there's a chance for a reaction in this zone. Okay, it's just maybe it's just going to take a little bit of persistence. So this trade got stopped out, but I didn't lose cash, guys. I did not lose money with this trade. Most importantly, I did go through the steps, how I'm managing it, taking profits. I spent 30% of that position size just managing my risk. It's getting acceptance back above. CVD is, there's a lot of people longing this zone. Okay, maybe that's why it's getting wiki. Look at Binance, guys. Binance is longing like crazy people here at the moment. Look at Mr. Binance over here. Look at how people are. This is retail longing here at the moment. This is insane. So that's why, you know, if I do attempt another long in the zone, I need to make sure that I turn this into a free trade as quickly as possible. Okay, because retail is longing on Binance like crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it. Which means that the lows can get chopped until people stop longing. Then it becomes more interesting to long. When people stop longing, they're tired of longing, they've been stopped out too many times. Okay, I've had it. It's not going to bounce at this level. That's usually when the bounce happens. But the Binance bros are longing like crazy at the moment. You see, guys, and then you can make a decision to say that, well, okay, I'm not going to take the trade. You can make that trading decision as a technical trader. It's up to you. But I do like the reaction. Regardless of the CVD, you can see that it's chopping the low, the area of interest, but it's not closing below. Okay, it's not falling. It's holding the level. So what I could do is I could say, okay, like I explained, guys, I could say that, okay, I'm going to build a position in this zone or just enter there. I'm targeting the first area of resistance here to the upside, which is basically the underbelly resistance. And I'm giving my stop loss a bit of room depending on how much I want to risk. That's another way in which you can trade it. So what could happen then is it's a more relaxed way. It's also the way that Andy likes to trade, is that price does this, goes back up, it does this, it goes back up, it does this, but he stays in the trade and he doesn't have to enter, exit like I do. I love to do it the way that I do because I can turn it into free trades. Okay, but that is a more relaxed way of taking the trade. Remember, each trading style has pros and cons. The thing that I don't like about trading like this is that this happens. Okay, it does this, it does this, it does that, and then so it stops you out and then it continues. So you need to decide how you want to attempt this trade. And this is why I like the persistent way. I would rather get stopped out, re-enter, stopped out, re-enter. Okay, this is why I like that style. Okay, it forms that little bit of a, let's see. But yeah, I did not re-enter this trade, guys. Not yet. I want to see the Binance people stop longing. They are very aggressive with longs here at the moment. And I preferably would like to see the 15-minute candle close above and not close below. And if it does close below, I will jump to the 1 hour time frame. But as long as price is below my area of interest, I'm not interested in longing. Well done to those, because I saw there was a lot of community members that took that short. Well done. Please pay yourselves. No financial advice. You do you at the end of the day. But that was the short that has been spoken about for the whole of last week. And price finally tapped it while I was sleeping. So now I'm interested in longs. Okay. And by the way, I also got stopped out of this long that I took on Friday. I got stopped out of that long. Okay, because I had my position protected. But I made a lot of money, good money to the upside with that long. Okay, it's now closed. If you want to be part of the community, because when I'm not on YouTube, this is where I share everything. You can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community, because I can't be on YouTube all the time. And as price develops, as I change my trading plan, I do share what I do inside of the community. But now I'm not interested in this long as price is below my area of interest. I did have an attempt, got stopped out at break even. Didn't make money with that trade. Literally at break even. I think I paid like $1 or $2 trading fees because I covered most of them. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Anyways. Right. Let's see what people in the comments are saying. How can you not lose on this trade? Show us, please. Guys, I've shown a big man trader. I've shown it many times. Okay, I've shown it many times during live streams. Is I prefer to have my exchange open on a different screen so that I can execute properly, especially if it's sniper trades like this. But I have shown it many times. I do actually even have a video inside of my community of how I took this trade. Okay, I have a video of how I took that trade. This trade was also shared in the community, but no longer at the moment, right over here. Okay, but I guess what I can do next time, guys, because it's my 2-bit account, it's my play account. Okay, I think I just need to find a way to open up trading view and have the exchange next to it. I just need to go and figure that out. Okay, how can I have my exchange and trading view open next to each other so I can show you how I do it, okay, on the exchange as well. But I have shown it many times before. Okay, so this is, whoops, Here we go, yeah. That berry CVD played out. Okay, I like that price is still reacting at this zone. I really like that. And it's now pulled back above my area of interest. I like that. I like the reaction at the moment. So there's a chance for a little bit of a bouncy bounce over here. But for the moment, this is still a three-wave structure. By the way, guys, for the moment, this is still a three-wave structure. Unless price does that and that, then the bulls are in trouble, because it could do that and fall again, okay, if it forms that leg. Dearwold, have you looked at others? D, not yet. Okay, I got in long again. Bluffin shows your break-even price now, so I just moved my SL past. Yeah, that's a great feature inside of Bluffin. It does show you your break-even. Yeah, it does show you your break. When you enter the trade, it shows you where you'll break even. Cool features here on Bluffin. Okay, Bluffin also you can set partial or entire position TP areas, and the UI on Bluffin is absolutely amazing. I love trading on Bluffin. Okay, and this is also why I have a relatively large account on Bluffin, because the UI makes such a difference in how you trade as well. The execution, the UI, setting the stop loss, partial profit taking area, they just make it so easy. Okay, I really love trading on Bluffin because of the UI. If you don't know what UI is, user interface. Okay, there you go, Bluffin. First link down in the description if you want to give it a go. And you also get 30% for new people signing up on Bluffin. Okay, using this link, you get 30% discount on trading fees. Okay. Nice. Now get acceptance back above. Or is it gonna SFP this low and then only get the acceptance back above? Okay, so what I don't like is it closed 15-minute candles below the daily level. Okay, I just want to check what the 1 hour is doing. 1 hour as well. So guys, not really interested in this long for the moment. Volume is increasing and is starting to close high time frame candles below this level, which means because of what I'm seeing here, okay, it doesn't mean that it can't get the bounce. What it means for me is usually when I see that bodies closing below a daily level, what it could do is this and continue back down. So you could still take advantage of the trade, but there's an increased probability that even when it bounces, it's going to claim the low again based on the bodies that's closing below the level. I've just seen that happen many times. Yes, can it get a bigger bounce? Of course, okay, but I've just seen when 15-minute candles and 1 hour candles close below a daily level, it usually takes the low again. But I mean, guys, I did say that I was treating this as a day trade, because that's still an amazing trade to the upside if this had to get the reaction and continues back up. I just don't like the bodies to close below. I don't like that. Can you guys see 1 hour below? Okay, 15-minute candles below, bodies below. I don't like to see that. Okay, but it's still holding the 0.382. So from a probability game perspective, yes, guys, this can happen. Definitely, as always, that can happen. Okay, but what I've seen most often happens is this. It takes the low again because of the candles below the daily level. So let's see how this unfolds. But you can see it's holding this level. It's just, it doesn't want to let it go. It's just holding on, holding on, holding on. Okay, which is great at the 0.382, purely from a Fibonacci perspective. And I do see it looks like the Bybit bros are getting tired now. They're getting tired of longing this zone. So that's great. I want to see retail getting tired of longing this zone. Yes, Binance is now falling down, okay, which means that they are now actually saying, hey, maybe we should short. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt another long just for fun on my 2-bit account over here. I'm going to give my stop loss. Guys, this is basically my plan, okay? And I will keep the community up to date. This is basically my plan. I'm targeting resistance, okay? I'm giving my stop loss a little bit of room. I just want my trade to be a 2 risk to reward at least. So I'm giving my stop loss a little bit of room. I'm trading it the lazy way. Okay, I did not go in with an arm and a leg with this trade, but I do like the reaction. It's chopping, chopping, chopping. It's struggling to fall down. It looks like Binance bros are slowing down with the longs over here. And I'm literally treating this as a little day trade because it could do this and fall down again. So literally I just want to take advantage of a little bounce here to the upside. Okay, so that is basically the plan. Unfortunately, I have run out of time. This is why I'm trading it now the lazy way. And I will keep the community up to date. If a new trading opportunity reveals itself, and if I do enter a new trade, obviously, I think if price pushes here through the daily level, I will de-risk this position. Alarm is going off. I do not have enough to cover fees just as yet. Okay, I don't have enough to cover fees just as yet. So I will obviously, guys, community members, you know the deal, right? You know the drill. Cover fees, cover stop loss, de-risk position, take profits. This is how I'm going to manage this trade. So I gave it another little attempt over here on my fun account. And right. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. Remember to smash up that like button. It's been great spending almost more than four hours and 15 minutes here on the live stream. I unfortunately need to go. It looks like retail is getting tired of longing here at the moment, so I'm going to give this a go. I like what I'm seeing. I will obviously keep the community up to date. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. And that is it for me today. Have yourselves a great trading day. It is Monday. Andy will see you tomorrow on YouTube. I will not be on YouTube. I will spend my day inside of the community. Maybe even do a little bit of a private live stream so we can I can show everyone how I get into these trades. Okay. In the private community, in the private live stream, I will show people how I do it on the exchange. I'm going to practice. I'm going to do a little bit of split screen over here and show people how I do it. Thank you so much. Smash up that like button. Leave a comment after the live stream. Always much appreciated. Until the next one. Cheers for now.